This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. A staffing shortage has forced the National Weather Service's forecast office in Cheyenne to close its offices overnight, raising questions about the accuracy of future weather forecasts and the timeliness of warnings. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that the change is a public safety issue, one that meteorologist Don Day told her should transcend the politics of the moment.
Weather just doesn't sleep. Just because we're asleep, the weather is still going. Flash floods, tornadoes, those kind of things can happen any time of the night. So we have been spoiled in America, I guess, to have 24/7 monitoring of the situation. There's a big component of our weather forecasting that relies on people on the ground to spot weather when it's happening. And part of that are these folks who man these offices 24/7.
Day said closing forecast offices overnight could lead to shortened time frames for warnings, giving people less lead time to respond. The 4 elk antler arches in Jackson Town Square are a popular spot for visitors to take photographs. Climbing them is ill-advised and illegal. But Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that on May 13th, a drunk Montana man was ticketed for climbing one of the iconic structures.
The Southwest Antler Arch, which is the main arch of the 4 surrounding Jackson Town Square, it's got anywhere between 10 to 12,000 pounds of antlers on it. Now, it's not freestanding. There is a steel superstructure underneath it, and all the wires are wired to that, but it's not something that should be climbed. This guy decided that he wanted to impress some ladies that he had met that evening and decided the best way to do that was to climb the arch.
The arch climbed by the Montana man was the original antler arch erected by the Jackson Rotary Club in 1953. Although the structure is designed to hold thousands of pounds of weight, police say the Montana man was lucky to climb up and come down safely, especially in an inebriated state. U.S. Senator John Barrasso recently reintroduced legislation aimed at forcing the World Bank to roll back what the senator characterizes as anti-fossil fuel policies in its quest to bring electricity to millions of people without power across the developing world. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that the Combating Global Poverty Through Energy Development Act would require the World Bank to eliminate prohibitions on financing coal, oil, natural gas, and civil nuclear energy projects, or face a 50% reduction in U.S. funding.
The World Bank is this massive financial institution based in Washington, D.C., and it funds all kinds of infrastructure projects around the world. Here comes Senator Barrasso this week with a bill that would direct the World Bank to prioritize fossil fuels. He's worried that in the guiding language of the bank that they favor renewables over fossils, and has presented some legislation to try and change that. It could be good news for Wyoming if international projects need the expertise of our state's energy sector.
Based on financial details provided in a recent report, annual contributions from the U.S. Treasury to the World Bank appear to be approximately $1.6 billion per year. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Did you know it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below? This is Jan Warren, Executive Director for One Call of Wyoming. We will be hosting workshops around the state to educate homeowners, realtors, landscapers, underground facility owners, and excavators on the state law, industry best practices when it comes to planting a tree, building a fence, or any other excavation project you have planned. Join us for a free breakfast, get your questions answered, and learn how One Call of Wyoming is here to help. Go to onecallofwyoming.com and register today.
A wolf from Yellowstone National Park's famed Molly's pack tried snatching a tiny grizzly cub on Monday, but the cub's mother didn't hesitate to protect her offspring and sent the wolf running for its life. Wildlife enthusiast Gary Gaston, who caught the action on video, told Outdoors reporter Mark Heinz that all 3 animals involved in the drama emerged without a scratch.
He's a retired biologist who now spends his summers in Yellowstone watching wildlife. He said this is the first, so far only bear they've observed, grizzly bear in the Lamar Valley region of Yellowstone Park that has a brand new cub of the year, a koi. And she used a footbridge to cross Soda Butte Creek because the little one's too small to swim right now. No sooner they got across that, a big old wolf came out of the brush and tried to get her cub, and she fended this wolf off.
Gaston says he knows of wolves killing black bear cubs, but this was the first time he's seen seen a wolf try pushing its luck with a mother grizzly. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
No young person should ever have to worry about having a safe place to sleep at night, or a warm meal to eat, or whether anyone cares about them.
But the reality is, 1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year.
But the good news is, there's an organization making a big difference. Covenant House.
For over 50 years, Covenant House has been helping youth in crisis and giving them the support and the tools they need to succeed in life.
I have no words to express how Covenant House changed my life. They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding.
When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, and love, most of all love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges, and their lives are transformed.
Covenant House is changing the lives of young people in cities across America.
To learn more, go to covenanthouse.org today. Thank you for caring.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Tuesday. It's May 20. Special guests today include U.S. Senator Cynthia Lummis. She'll be on. We're going to talk to New York Times best-selling author Craig Johnson. His latest in the Longmire series is out this week or in about a week. And then, of course, we have this special guest. It's Jen Coker. Jen, what's happening Tuesday?
Hey, Jake.
Hey.
How are you? I'm jealous. I'm jealous you get to talk to Craig Johnson.
Yeah, he's cool. And you ready for more jealousy? I did get an advance copy of Return to Sender, and I just barely started it.
You celebrities get all the breaks.
I know, it's pretty fancy.
Very fancy.
Well, maybe I guilted Craig into it because right over my shoulder, that stack of books is CJ Box. And I said, I have all the CJ Box Joe Pickett books. And yeah.
Yeah, that's a good way to roll.
Craig was quick to...
Yeah, did you get all of them or just
No, he just sent me the latest Return to Sender because he was inspired to write it. You know, he's looking for ideas, a situation to put Walt Longmire in, and he read a Cowboy State Daily article about Tebra Morris, who has one of the longest rural route mail carriers in the U.S. I think she doesn't have officially the longest, but it's pretty long. Like if Tebra were to disappear delivering the mail, you might not know it. No one might know it for days or weeks. Like she is out there. And Craig thought, hey, that's fascinating. That could be a story there.
Yeah. You wrote that story, didn't you?
Well, somebody did. Tebra wrote it. But I just jotted some things down as she talked about what it's like to deliver mail from Rawlins through Muddy Gap all the way up to Lander on that Highway 287. Nobody's ever on that.
No.
If you drive it.
Yeah, it's remarkable.
And
you did a great job putting the reader in that seat with her. That was just so lonely out there.
Yeah, I wanted to make you feel like it was January with the window down, like driving for 45 minutes between mailboxes. Like that's a long route.
Oh yeah. Wow.
Yeah. Probably
that's another Jake classic. Sorry to interrupt you, but plus your Cokeville story. I love your bombing story. That was so good.
And it was so long, and you knocked me off the pedestal there of the longest story written on Cowboy State Daily. Yeah, that Cokeville. You know why it was so long is because I had never seen other people talked about in that. there's the miracle, the Cokeville miracle, like the bomb goes off, and is it really a miracle? Well, ask a cop who was the last guy who was going to say it's a miracle. Like, he's seen everything, the lead investigator, and he's got a wife telling him, no, that was a miracle. His kid was involved, and his kid said he saw angels, and this cop still is like, there's no angels, I do this job, I put the badge on every day, I go out there's no angels, there's bad guys and good guys, and got in between guys, no. And by the time, he investigated it, and he talked to everybody, he's like, there were angels. It's like it was a miracle. His story had never really been fleshed out, and the madman bomber's daughter. Can you imagine being the daughter?
Mm-mm.
And it's like being a hostage. It's like being a hostage in that family where you're not sure, like, is dad good or bad? Pretty soon you could. What's the syndrome when you start to feel for your hostage takers, your kidnapper? Yeah, you start getting to Stockholm. Like, she always knew dad was kind of out there with his ideas, and he's in the garage fashioning bombs. She's like, okay. And then finally he recruits her to bring bombs to the school. She's like, this is real. And she leaves and drives straight to the cop shop and says, my dad's going to blow up this school. And they're like, really? He's like, yeah, he's got enough to like take it off the map. Her story.
Absolutely crazy.
Oh, man. Anyway, not as crazy as Jen. My number one question for you. Were you listening yesterday?
No.
I talked about your story. Only 2 states are more gullible than Wyoming getting taken by scammers. I have 2 questions. The first is, I have to know what the other 2 states are that are more susceptible to scamming than Wyoming.
Oh boy, Jake, you caught me. I don't know.
I mean, I don't know if it's like, if everything with me is competition, but I feel bad that Wyomingites get taken so easily. We're gullible, we're naive, we're trusting.
Yeah.
But who's worse?
Well, this is per capita on this particular measure. So but still, we've never been third. And the takeover last year was 30 million more. And that's a lot of scam money.
That is. And I saw some online folks. And by the way, this is Jen Coker's story. Only 2 states are taken by online scammers more than Wyoming, according to the FBI. FBI data shows 43 million last year in Wyoming lost to online scammers, these despicable people. That's up 230% from the previous year, 23. Why is that? And you explored some of the believable ideas. We're pretty trusting in Wyoming. We're a little shielded and naive, but we're a trusting people.
Yeah. And the biggest demographic, let me just say, total oversight on my part to not include those 2 states.
I thought it's just me. I'm like, it's
a good question.
If we didn't win, if we weren't number 1, I want to blame like, or I want to be able to say, well, Wyoming is, easily taken, but we're not as bad as New Hampshire, or whatever.
Yeah. And I get into these cyber things and I'm so confused during the whole thing. So I leave out pertinent information because the cyber and crypto, that stuff, it just eludes me.
Yeah.
But the demographic that gets taken the most is the older of 60 plus. So we're dealing with we have very trusting in the state because Wyomingites, and I've lived all over this country, and I will tell you, they are nice here. People are nice. And you're from the East Coast. So there's that. So they probably answer their phones still and listen to scammers and feel bad. But plus they're getting just a lot more. Scammers are good. And as it was described to me, these are international crime networks that are doing the bulk of these sophisticated scams. So we're not dealing with, onesies off in wherever. They're like syndicates at this point. So they are getting more personal. They're using AI. They're using fake voices. They're, just like they're impersonating police and sheriffs. So they're getting good at this. And unfortunately, we're still, our sensibilities and our defenses are not up to par.
That's a good point, Jen, about how sophisticated the scammer has gotten. 10, 15 years ago, it was the Nigerian prince who came into a whole bunch of money, but he needed your help. You could kind of see through that. Today is way more and organized. And there's I envision a call center where employees are actually trained on what to say, what to do. And, the telemarketer, don't waste time with that, call Wyoming and try this line.
Absolutely. And the scam that got me, and I really thought about this because I would have fallen for it. So a woman in Colorado, and this is just not Colorado, it's happening everywhere, but this is the major one because she was almost out $1 million. But she was in the process of buying a house and she got an email from her title company. Everything looked like her title company.
Ooh.
And they said, okay, let's save a little time during closing. Go ahead and wire the funds here. It looked totally normal.
Right.
So she wired those funds and then she got a call 2 days later and said, hey, we're ready for you. We need that money down. And she's like, I've already sent it. And I was like, how would they know she was closing? And Eric Burns from the FBI told me, well, they could have hacked into, or they could have been privy a data breach to the title company, or she could have mentioned it online that she was closing on a house. And this is what I mean. These scammers are watching us now. So everything you put on social media, remember that. Because they, talk about your grandchild going to England. You might not want to do that.
Yeah. Oh, that one. The grandchild who's, I've been arrested. I need, that's another one.
Mm-hmm.
You don't feel bad, Colorado woman. Don't feel bad, anyone who's been scammed. Even people who should know, the accountant, the money dude at, and I'm probably going to get a few things messed up, but the Teton County School District in Idaho was building a new elementary school in Driggs, and they wired a whole million, or at least hundreds of thousands, a lot of money, because they thought they were wiring a legit, the contractor. You're like, we're ready to, the bulldozers are ready to go. We need the first deposit, first down pay. And, they were out a ton of, you can't get that back in almost every case. So even people who know, like,
you would think, right? And another one that's real nefarious is like scammers will impersonate an email of a CEO, sending it to the COO saying, hey, can you cut this check and send it here? Or wire these funds, send it there. So you think it's your boss telling you to send this money. And it ends up it's a scammer. So unless you are very careful about everything you do, because if Jimmy Orr sent me a message saying, hey, Jen, click on this, I need you to go fill out this form, I would do it.
Mm-hmm.
I just made an opening for a scammer. But anyway, I mean, this is how you have to think now. So now you have to call the people and say, hey, did you really send this email? So this technology is actually making us step backwards to stay safe.
What's the last 4 digits of your social? I'm just trying to train you. I'm trying to harden you, Jen.
I know. And I almost gave it to you because I'm like, maybe he needs it.
No, you didn't. Jen Coker's story, only 2 states are more taken, more gullible, more naive than Wyoming. We're going to find out what those 2 states are.
I'm going to give you that information
just so we can point a finger at it. But the fact is, Wyoming, if it seems like we're targeted, we are, because it works for scammers. And no wonder. 43 million. That was another question that online commenters had, Jen. 43 million seems unbelievable for a state that has, 500,000 in population. That means all of us got taken for the numbers don't number up. The math doesn't math. Is it 43 million?
Yeah. And I'm going to follow up. I was really off the grid yesterday. So I am going to get information for you and our listeners because those figures are accurate. And so it's the amount of the scams too. Well, more people were scammed, but I'll get you, there's a
Yeah.
breakdown in that report. So I will do some digging and get that to you.
I mean, you figure like what percentage of the Wyoming population gets scammed? 1%. And what's the average hit we get? 10,000, 15,000. How does it add to 43 million? It doesn't seem possible. But anyway, I'm just passing
I will get that
along.
breakdown. Yeah. And a lot of these, the crypto scams are becoming, in the investment scams, that's where the big money is being taken.
Yeah.
So I'll find out. And so by tomorrow, you can give our listeners this information.
I'm just, yeah.
It's good questions.
I don't know. Okay, how about this Mills guy? He was at the Easter service. Seth Upton, and this is 15 years ago. He's at church at Easter, and he runs out for a coffee. This kind of stuff drives me crazy, Jen. I think you too. When people disappear, sometimes they disappear. They go for a bike ride. You don't know it for days later. In this case, this guy actually walked out a door that people saw. Like, yeah, I'm just going for a coffee. Never seen again, unless roommate is to be believed. Build this background for us. What happened when Seth Upton just was at church 1 minute, and the next minute he's nowhere?
And I learned more since writing that story. And I'm always working these after they're written.
Yeah.
But I did learn more. I talked to his sister yesterday, and one of his sisters, and I was able to learn that he was kind of having a mental breakdown for the last couple of years, and it was really impacting his life. So his business, prior to that, he was, a very successful business owner. He was a pastor in a church. And he had hit his mental difficulties, no drugs, no alcohol. It's not that type of thing, but they grew up in a very religious household. So he wasn't trained, or there was no resources available in his mind, because he grew up thinking, okay, you turn to the Lord for all of your needs.
Yeah.
So his mother was trying to get him help, because it was clear to them that he was sliding. His businesses, at the time that he left, his businesses were, no money. His businesses had pretty much went belly up. And he said, no, I don't need help, even though he knew something was going on. So I think it was one of those cases where, a lot of illnesses hit men in late 20s, early 30s, like schizophrenia, for example. So it could have been something like that was undiagnosed. So that's the general working idea. So he left on his bike, and there was a confirmed sighting of him in Wheatland following leaving. He left in the rain. There was a rainstorm. So he rode on his bike to Wheatland. And I asked his sister, would that be doable for him? And she said, absolutely. He was a triathlete. So he was an extreme athlete in general. So the confusing part to me is his roommate has him in South Carolina after he's reported in Wyoming. I'm still working on getting this confirmed and trying to nail down that timeline. Another person claimed to have seen him in February of 2010, which would be before he disappeared in April, and that also was in South Carolina. So he had moved to South Carolina briefly to go to college to do some graduate training and counseling.
So he is, there's a confirmed sighting post church departure for the coffee, and that's a bike in Wheatland. On a bike in Wheatland. Okay, so, and then there's we don't know about the timeline. There's the ex-college roommate who said, oh yeah, he was in Carolina with me, but he didn't know, his date might have been, I don't know if it was, he thought it was after he disappeared from the church. That date could be fuzzy, so he's possibly in Carolina, but meanwhile, his wallet was left in his house, right?
Yeah. He left everything back at home, and he had gone to Wheatland to ask he wanted to do some work because he had no money, and he was turned away at that point. So whether he went to South Carolina, and this is the very hazy thing, because this guy didn't see that Seth had disappeared until 5 years later. So when he saw the post on Facebook 5 years after Seth had disappeared, he went back and started really crunching the numbers and figuring, did I really see him after? And based on his son's age, and this is what he's going on. So he remembers being up in a church balcony with his infant son. And he remembers this because they sat up there because, he was worried he would cry. And then he looks down and sees Seth, not once, but twice. And then he adds up the age and the son is 15. So, it's just so tricky.
The disappearance of Seth Upton, 32 years old at the time, was at Salt and Light Church in Casper on April 4th. Never seen since, or possibly seen since. But yeah, he was at a crossroads of life. He was at a bad time.
Mhm.
Yet he's on a bike later in Wheatland. He's maybe gone trying to relive some college memories in Carolina. I don't know. Another just weird disappearance.
And he was, the roommate said that he was trying to get right with the Lord. So it could have he'd been turning to God for his mental health issues because he wasn't sure. Anybody who has a mental health illness and you have no idea what's going on. It's got to be so scary and just confusing. So, but he's also super resilient, and he can live on nothing. So it's not to say he's not still out there.
Yeah. Interesting. All right, Jen. Hopefully we get follow-up resolution on that story, and the follow-up homework assignment on the other one is what 2 states are more suckerable, if that's a word, in Wyoming.
I'm so having that information to you this morning.
I'm just messing with you, but it would be good to know.
Good to know. Good stuff.
Have a great Tuesday.
Thanks, Jake. You too.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues. We'll get Greg Johnson in the room right after this.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Gracie and Pedro might not get along so well.
You're standing on my tail.
But there's one thing they agree on. There's a right seat for everyone.
Oh, that's the good stuff.
Whether you're a dog,
Hold on, Pooch.
a cat, a fish, or a rat.
And I'm a ferret.
Be sure to travel safe.
How can you be so sure?
I'm absolutely positive.
On your next adventure, make sure your children are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because some people at school have noticed changes going on with you, and we're concerned.
Like what? Who?
Some of your friends, teachers. It sounds like you've lost interest in a lot of things lately. You're hanging with new friends.
So,
individually, maybe those things are no big deal, but taken together, and then the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We just want to understand better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we just want to make sure you understand the negative consequences for someone your age, the physical and mental health effects, the poor decision making, and the confusing legal aspects these days. So what do you say? Can we talk?
For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Come on! Go, Diane! Yeah, keep it going! Yeah! Go, honey!
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain,
then surely you'll check NHTSA.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane. Woo! You got this.
Greg Johnson joins the conversation. Cowboys Day Daily Show with Jake. It's a Tuesday. It's Wyoming Reads Day, Greg. First graders all reading a book today, which coincides with Craig Johnson, not to be confused with Greg Johnson. Craig Johnson will be on the show later today. If you want to do some reading, his latest Return to Sender, the latest in the Longmire series, is going to be out in 7 days.
Yeah, people call me Craig all the time.
Do they really? I accidentally do so as well, because I'm maybe thinking of the Wyoming author, or Greg and Craig are so close.
It's probably the second, because that's happened all my life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's your middle name?
Dean.
Dean.
Yeah, I grew up on Dean Drive.
G. Dean out of Dean Drive.
That's right.
Interesting.
And then G.D. Johnson.
It's that G.D. Johnson. Marking up my copy again. Let's talk sports. NFL may consider, they're going to take a vote on banning the tush push, made famous by the Eagles, also used by the Bills. In fact, those two teams almost exclusively are the users of the tush push, that quarterback sneak play where the rest of the team gets behind the quarterback and just shoves them a couple, 3 yards.
I don't see anything wrong with it.
You don't?
It's a legal play. They've figured out a good way to pick up that extra yard, and because nobody has so far figured out a way to stop it, they just ban it. I mean, come on. That's
saying
too many people are scoring on post routes, so we're just going to ban the post route from now on.
Right, you can't do
it. Just you're pros. If someone is innovative enough to come up with that, to do that, then the challenge is on the other side to come up with a way to stop it.
You imagine when the forward pass first came into the game, people are like, hey, that's not fair. He throws the ball so far.
Yeah, what if they just ban the forward pass?
Right. That's not fair. Look how far he can throw it. Well, there are two reasons. One is safety. Do you buy that argument? It's not safe. All those bodies piling on one dude. Like the guy who's playing nose tackle, he could seriously get injured. Although the numbers don't back it up. There hasn't been any injury problems.
It's not as unsafe as it used to be to do an extra point or a field goal. Even though now you can't submarine the center, although that used to happen all the time.
I'm thinking of the direct, I'm thinking of like the amount of bodies, the pounds of men that are hitting one guy on the defensive line. They're coming, three guys are like funneling their energy at one dude.
Is it all of that much more than a sneak?
Yeah.
It's a little more, but it doesn't sway me.
Okay. The other argument, and this is actual argument brought by some team owners. I don't know who gets to vote, but I know one vote is coming from the Bills coach, and he doesn't like the tush push, and his team does it. Like almost him and the Eagles. So anyway, the other argument is it's a play with no skill. Very low skills is involved in it, so therefore it's unnecessary for the game. It doesn't help the game.
No, I don't buy that either. It's got skills, because if you put a bunch of guys up there with no skill against an NFL defense and did the tush push, it wouldn't work because they're not skilled at. So nah, I don't buy that. And there's a lot of things that you can talk about and say just by looking at it. Doesn't take a lot of skill to do, but it really does. I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of the play, but definitely don't ban the thing just because you don't like it, just because people can't stop it and someone does it. You know what? If people can't stop it, then and you're a coach in this league and you're not using it, who's I mean, you have to have every edge you get. Use it. Do it.
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't particularly like the play, but I don't think the solution is to simply ban plays. It's kind of like baseball when you had to pull hitters who were being defensed better by the infield shift. And then baseball said, well, that's not fair. And they banned infield shift. They told fielders where they can play and stand. And that's just let the sport solve the problem. Pretty soon, if tush push works too much, some defense is going to figure out, well, we better stop this play.
Yeah. Now the solution is not what reportedly Mike Leach once wanted to do.
Oh, what's that?
Well, I don't know if it's for sure,
right.
But there was a report a couple months ago that Mike Leach, who has since passed away, but was great, colorful quote, coach was great for a quote. And he had once said that why not just put a little person in the backfield, give him the ball, and throw him over the line.
Catapult him over the line. That'd be a fun play. Whatever works. The tush push accounted for.
And then you're setting yourself up for a lawsuit, because if you ban that, then you're like banning little people from playing in the NFL. And you can't do that. That would be discriminatory.
Good point. That could get real messy.
So if you ban the tush push, are the Eagles going to start doing that? And then you can't ban it because
just throw people over. Yeah. And then you can't combat that because, yes, that would be very discriminatory towards little people. Oh, my goodness. Tush, we're talking about a play that happened 0.28% of the time. That's what the tush push accounted for. 87% of the tush push plays over the past 3 years, according to ESPN data, were done by the Eagles and the Bills. So, yeah, NFL will decide the most pressing issue of the day today, Tuesday. The tush push.
You know what else they're deciding?
What's that?
Whether to allow NFL players to play in the Olympics.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I haven't been paying attention. This kind of surprised me. Flag football is an Olympic sport in 2028.
I just read that, and I thought it was a fake news. Oh,
no, flag football. And I don't know. Is that a real sport?
The NFL has practically become flag football on any given Sunday. I'm so frustrated by the lack of.
Do they have rugby
in the Olympic sport? Not that I know of. I mean, that's a real sport, but yeah, football has departed so far from rugby and moved so far towards flag football. Like, you can't touch anybody. It's practically flag football, but 2028 flag football coming to Olympics. That'll be interesting. And would they allow? Yeah, that's always the issue. Can pro hockey players play? Can pro basketball players play in the Olympics? I don't. If you're getting paid to play, you shouldn't be eligible for.
Yeah, and my friend Google tells me that rugby is an Olympic sport.
Okay.
So,
no, if you're paid,
an Olympic sport. And you want American football in there, that's great. But why make it flag football? Well, it just makes Americans look like pansies compared to Australians, right? Because you go out there, you play real rugby, but you play flag football.
I would say the one big reason is they are trying to pave the way towards allowing NFL players to play in the Olympics. Because if it were regular football, contact football, there's no way their contracts, their team owners would allow them to play. It's too violent a sport.
Maybe you never know. I mean, they allow the pro hockey players to play.
Yeah, and they kind of play an unwritten rule of let's not, it's not a hard checking, although once in a while it gets kind of out of hand. If you're paid to play, you shouldn't be allowed in the Olympics, period. I don't know how they get away with it in basketball. It's just wrong. You should be unpaid athletes in the Olympics. But interesting. I didn't know that was happening.
Flag football, I don't know if I'll watch it or not.
Depends. If there's nothing else on but chess and badminton, and I don't know.
I guess flag football could be as much an Olympic sport as ribbon dancing.
Yeah. Yeah, right.
I apologize to all the ribbon dancers out there that I just offended. I'm sorry, but yeah, I don't like it.
I mean, it's similar. Flag football is the new ribbon dancing. It's kind of what. Yeah. I'm going to talk to Don Day later, ask him what he thinks about this weather, Doge cuts and things like that. A meteorologist. It's harder to forecast weather now. Short-staffed Cheyenne National Weather Service is not working all night like they used to. Don said that's pretty critical. You still got Riverton Weather Service that will go 24/7, but Cheyenne is not gonna. I guess they turn off the radars at night, or at least nobody's
I don't know if they
staffing
turn
it.
them off, but they're not going to be monitored.
Right. And Don said you need that info, especially to do local forecasting. Good story from Renee Jean, who I'll dig deeper with Don. Once you mention anything to do with Doppler radar, you just say, Don, Doppler radar, and off he goes. He's not short for ideas and words. I love the video I saw. You got to check it out if you're listening to us on radio. Go to CowboyStateDaily.com. Look for the story about Mark Hines. Mama Grizzly doesn't mess around when wolf tries to snatch her tiny cub. Number one, Mama Grizz, knows how to navigate the creek there, the river. It wasn't the Lamar River, but it was like the cub.
In the Lamar Valley.
In the Lamar Valley. Yeah, this cub's so little that these cubs don't often swim real well when they're that small. And the guy who got the video, Gary Gastney, spent a lot of time observing bears. He said cubs that small, have a lot of trouble swimming a creek or a river. So the mama bear, to cross it, went right over a footbridge. She knew right where it was. He speculates that she probably did it as a cub. And she did take a minute when she got on that bridge to look around, like make sure she was the only one going over the bridge, and the cub followed. And then there was the confrontation with the wolf. Had it been more than one wolf, I don't know if mama could have defended that cub. The cub was really small, but I love the video, how mom is aggressive towards the wolf, like doing a fake run, and then turns around to make sure the cub is standing behind her.
She puts make sure the cub is behind her.
Always has the
hands up against the wolf, but the wolf wasn't having anything to do with the adult bear, for sure.
No, the wolf was backing off, but mom was always balancing between go away wolf and where are you, cub? Are you still behind me? And the cub even tried to get in on the fake charge a little bit, and the mom's like, hey, get back there. It was pretty neat to watch nature do its thing in Yellowstone. Very cool.
Absolutely. I was just looking at it. The Rockies are bad. Did you know that, Jake?
Well, why do you want to depress yourself every morning?
It's weird. Do you know what? I just want to see just how bad they're going to end up. It's like a train wreck at this time. You can't look away, even though it's horrible.
You know what else is going on in baseball I thought was cool? ESPN's Sunday night game was Yankees-Mets. I'm a Yankees fan, of course. Juan Soto departs the Bronx for Queens. and goes over and joins the Mets, chasing the money, 706. How do you make a $765 million ball player run? Answer, you can't. And Soto doesn't run out ground balls. He's getting in trouble with his own. The Mets say they're going to have a talk with Juan Soto. How do you have a talk with a guy who's making $765 million or whatever his contract is and tell him he needs to run more, run harder? Yeah, see how that goes. Anyway, I thought it was interesting because there's a Wyoming angle. Hang on, I'm getting to it. Juan Soto was going to be ESPN's mic'd up player. He was going to wear a mic, and for one half inning, the player talks to the reporter, as the game goes on. He talks during the game. He was going to be that guy, but reports say that Soto was so kind of down and dejected by his reception at Yankee Stadium. This was his first time back at his old team, and boy, the boos rained down, the Bronx cheers, signs running the gamut about what Yankee fans thought about Soto's departure. Judas-like departure, I would add, that at the last minute, Soto said, I'm not going to wear the mic. And ESPN then gave it to Brandon Nimmo, who I thought was fantastic. And Nimmo is a Wyoming kid. Grew up playing ball in Cheyenne for the Sixers. I think we all knew when we saw this kid play, and was going back a while now, that Nimmo was destined for Major League Baseball. Like, he was just so far better than anybody in Legion ball when he played in Wyoming. And sure enough, he made it to the bigs in record time. And Brandon Nimmo's been a Met ever since. And he's one guy we can look to and say, he's one of ours, Wyoming guy. And he was so genuine and cool. And no one would have been like that, Brandon Nimmo. He spent a half inning talking with the ESPN broadcast crew. And I thought he came across as great representation of Wyoming. Cool guy.
Yeah, that's awesome. I didn't see it, but
he was really good.
That's good. I see that although Mendoza Soto had that same problem last night too.
Yeah, he hit one off the green monster and didn't run it out. I know. Yeah. Juan Soto's never going to be confused for Mr. Hustle. It's not anything you're going to see him tagged with. He's not having the weight of that contract. I mean, you're always going to be under the weight of that enormous contract. It makes more money than anyone in baseball. I think the contract was bigger than Ohtani's. And
what a terrible burden he has.
Well, you're under a microscope. Your performance, you're under a microscope. But I hear you. I hear
you sign up for when you take that much money.
True. And word is he did want to go with the Yankees. The money was similar on the table, Mets, Yankees, and he wanted to stay with the Yankees. But supposedly, his parents said, "We really love the Met owners." The Met owners. Uniquely, they went after Soto. They said, Juan, we'll give you this. Here's the money. We'll back this armored truck up to your house. Here's all the money. Here's chartered flights for your friends and family to every away game. But they also went directly to his mom and dad and wined and dined them and talked it up. And that's what did it. His mom and dad said, you're playing for the Mets. Supposedly, Soto wanted to choose the Yankees, but his parents said, you're playing for the Mets, period. Anyway, what else? You want to stick with us for a commercial or you got to bounce?
No, I'm all right.
Oh, excellent. I'll be right back. This will be the fastest 3 minutes you've ever seen. Back with Greg Johnson on the Cowboy State Daily Show after this.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
In today's digital world, it's hard to know who to trust. Your local TV and radio stations bring you the facts. Misinformation and deep fakes flood social media, but broadcasters deliver verified and accurate news. For news, emergency updates, sports, and entertainment, turn to your local stations. Text TV to 52886 and urge Congress to support the vital local journalism broadcasters provide.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
Breathe. Love what you do and you've already won, my parents used to say. My parents whose smiles were my first finish line, who championed respect, whose resilience built mine. Even more than I wanted a gold medal, I wanted a heart of gold, like the mentors who were my balance beams, refusing to let me down, and the coaches who spoke out to anything out of bounds, heroes who never stood on podiums, but stood up for me. Every shot I made, give the assist to those who since my youth were referees, ready to blow the whistle and end abuse.
We're back at it, the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake and G.D. Johnson in the room. It's a careful balancing act, I think, that Wyoming delegates have to make, and all Republicans, really. You feel bad for Joe Biden and his cancer, yet you do want to point out that his physical and mental deterioration should have been evident during that campaign and was kind of covered up. Wyoming delegation says newly released audio reinforces cover-up of Biden's decline. Almost all Barrasso alumnus Hageman had similar things. Feel bad for Joe. I'm sorry about the cancer, but this guy was breaking down, and Democrats tried to cover it up.
It kind of appears that way, and I mean, I could see that. I mean, he's the president, he's your guy, but at the same time, you know, it's one thing to look out for a guy, but it's another when it's the president, and it can impact, you know, the leader of the free world type of thing.
Yeah.
You know, you can't be thinking, well, this is going to embarrass a guy or not. It's about the country and everything, and politics aside, if you're not fit for the job, you're not fit for the job. You know, it doesn't matter whether you're Republican or Democrat at that point.
Mm-hmm.
It's, you know, it's just not. And after the fact, to come out and see, yeah, it was worse, and you know, there's no way people didn't know. I mean, it's just not.
Right. And it's up to the party to take the high road and do what's best for the country and admit to a cognitive decline that would jeopardize Biden's ability to do the job.
They eventually had to because of that debate.
Yes.
But to even put him out there for that debate, to show that to people.
Right. Who would make that call, though? I mean, Joe Biden's the president. if he wants to go on. Like, is there a Democratic Party chair that would step in and say, you know what, you're not our guy?
It's got to be a coalition of the top ones. It's probably got to be the vice president and the top Democrats in Congress to go in together and say, look, you can't do this. Or this is it.
Yeah. Which I don't think Kamala Harris was not ready to break ranks, because in her mind, I would expect she's thinking, well, I'll have this job in a year, so I'm going to shut up. Everything about it just looks real sketchy, including who was in control of the auto pen. I didn't even know that was a thing, but I learned about it. Yeah, I think that was a quote from Senator Lummis, who's going to be on the show here a little bit later. Who had the auto pen?
Well, she had a pretty big win last night. Kind of late, they took a vote and they approved that crypto bill. That she's been
good.
Pushing. So,
all right. Well, I'm sure we'll talk about. Her office gave me a list of things to touch on, but yeah, that might have been late breaking. We'll get to that. Good deal.
Do you ever get drunk and climb the arch?
I knew you were going there next.
To impress girls.
Hold my beer. Watch this, ladies. No, I have not done that. Andrew Ross.
I love the one photo of the guy's climbing down and there's a cop standing right there.
Yeah, he's just waiting for him to get back down. Russ Russell, great guy, friend of mine, Lieutenant Russell. I could just, even though his quotes for Andrew Rossi were as straight can be, I could hear in his voice the kind of guy he is, just, kind of shaking his head in disbelief. He said he's seen it before, people goofing around on the arch, but he's maybe not seen somebody climb that high. He was all the way up there, this dude. Montana man climbed the famed Elk Antler Arch in Jacksonville. They got 4 of them. He was on the one corner. Yeah, nothing good happens after 10 p.m. This happened at about 12:40 a.m.
And you think about it, get drunk and do things to impress girls. I mean, does that actually ever work? Do you start flexing or lifting weights in front of them and they're like, oh, okay, well.
Right, so you just drop and give me 20. Look, ladies, I don't know. Ladies, does that work? 307-999-TALK. Send me a text, 307-999-8255. Send me a text, yes, no, thumbs up, thumbs down. If someone were to beat his chest and then climb up this antler arch, I mean, he's basically saying, I have $100 I don't know what to do with, because that's the fine, by the way.
Yeah. Although, I mean, if you fall off that thing.
Oh, yeah. Well.
Yeah. I mean, you can get impaled going down it.
Good. You could be gored by a stationary object, which would be really embarrassing. That'd be a big fail, epic fail on your chance to impress the ladies. I like the horse that got rescued out the river by a helicopter. It was a pretty cool story. Andrew Rossi has that one as well.
Yeah, it's always cool to see a horse dangling underneath the helicopter.
Right. That's one of those picture tells 1,000-word story. What? I've totally botched that, but yeah. I saw the picture of the horse dangling under the helicopter, and immediately I thought, oh, that's a cool story. I haven't even read it yet, but I love this story. And read about how Cowboy was stranded in the river, and not that he couldn't swim, he just wouldn't swim. I think he was kind of like frozen by then. Can you imagine standing in a cold river all night he was more than 24 hours he was there.
Yeah. Yeah. He was probably he probably didn't have the energy to.
Right. I'll bet not. But yeah, they airlifted him right up and out of there, put him back on the ranch. I mean, the whole operation took just minutes, and he, as soon as he landed, went right to grazing. He's fine. Cowboy the horse rescued. All right, Greg.
There's the music.
That's the music. That's the play. It means your acceptance speech is running over.
That's right. And I want to thank.
Yeah. And my kids watching at home, you should be asleep by now. And the tush push, hey, if you can't stop it, learn how to stop it. Don't ban it.
That's right.
Famous words from G.D. Johnson. See you, Greg. Have a great Tuesday.
Push this show over the line today.
All right. Let's see what happens. Greg Johnson says that tush push should remain a viable play in the NFL. We'll see. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues after top of the hour news break.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. A new law that becomes active July 1st requires Wyoming agencies to investigate land transfers near critical infrastructures, such as power plants and military bases. It's designed to curb sales in sensitive zones to foreign adversaries and the companies they own. But Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the Wyoming legislature may need to back up its demand for tight monitoring of land sales around critical infrastructures with money.
The surveys are coming in from the county emergency management people, like what's critical in that county. And it's amounting to like 15% of Wyoming would include those lands. The analyst from Wyoming Office of Homeland Security was like, whoa, for us to investigate land sales in these areas. And then if we have a reasonable suspicion there's a threat, we have to investigate who's involved in those land sales. This is going to take more than my office of 2 people. And we should stand up a streamlined software system that's going to cost money.
The Wyoming Office of Homeland Security is now formulating its request for proposal description so that it can generate more detailed bids to bring before the legislature ahead of its 2026 budget session. There are about 4,300 coal miners in Wyoming. In 2022, Wyoming reported 25 cases of a disease called black lung among its coal miners. But the Department of Government Efficiency earlier this year decided to close 34 mine safety offices in 19 states while placing all 25 members of a team of healthcare workers protecting coal miners on administrative leave. A miner named Henry Wiley, though, has filed a federal lawsuit, and Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that because of the suit, a federal judge has blocked the firings and ordered the restoration of the program that screens miners for the disease.
They had a service that would come out to Wyoming and screen Wyoming miners for black lung, which is a terrible condition that is caused by inhaling year after year coal dust, and it settles in your lungs and won't get out. Well, it was cut in the current Doge cutting climate that we're in, and coal miners in West Virginia took notice to the point where one of them sued.
In 2011, there were over 7,000 miners working in Wyoming, and though there's been a gradual decline in the mining workforce since, Wyoming remains the state doing the most, financially speaking, to address the problem of black lung. Thomas Chant's family has ranched for generations in Sweetwater County, and he always knew that the woven wire fence his grandfather installed to contain sheep was problematic for wildlife, particularly antelope. Things came to a head during the terrible winter of 2022-23 when a massive pileup of wind-driven snow made it even more difficult for antelope, deer, and elk to move around and find food. But Chant told Outdoors reporter Mark Hines that a coalition of wildlife agencies and conservation groups is replacing roughly 24 miles of the old fence with wildlife-friendly fencing that's much easier for animals to crawl under or jump over.
The Wyoming Migration Initiative, the Wildlife Trust Fund, as well as Wyoming Game and Fish Department, they pulled out the old woven wire fence and then put in what they call wildlife-friendly fence. As it applies to antelope, it's got smooth wire on the bottom so they can crawl under it.
Replacing the woven wire fence with fencing more passable for antelope gave the animals access to 10,000 acres of habitat that they couldn't get to previously. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Did you know it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below? This is Jan Warren, Executive Director for One Call of Wyoming. We will be hosting workshops around the state to educate homeowners, realtors, landscapers, underground facility owners, and excavators on the state law, industry best practices when it comes to planting a tree, building a fence, or any other excavation project you have planned. Join us for a free breakfast, get your questions answered, and learn how One Call of Wyoming is here to help. Go to onecallofwyoming.com and register today.
The Yellowstone County Sheriff's Office in Montana airlifted a horse to safety this weekend after it got stranded in the middle of the Yellowstone River south of Billings. Cowboy, the horse, had escaped from his owner's property and ended up standing knee-high in the Yellowstone River. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that with no other way to get him back to shore, rescuers hitched the horse to a helicopter and carried him over the river.
In less than an hour, the helicopter was there, lifted the horse. The horse spent a minute in the air, which it was not happy about, and then it was safely landed on shore and reunited with its owner. So really quick, easy, and professional rescue to get this horse back to safety.
Officials say the rescue of Cowboy was a lot smoother and easier thanks to the Yellowstone County Sheriff's Office Air Support on Call. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
There's a lot of need in the world, and if you're like me, it can seem too big to make a difference. But that's why I decided to start volunteering with Mercy Shifts. Dedicating a few weeks or months of my life every year in the service of others has brought me more than I could ever imagine. Plus, I'm getting to meet people from all around the world and make lifelong friends. Hey, Michelle. And with so much to do here, there's an opportunity for everyone to make a difference.
High five.
But the best reason to volunteer is knowing that no matter what you do, you're helping change people's lives every day. Whether it's for 2 weeks, 2 months, or 2 years, when you volunteer with Mercy Ships, you'll find your purpose, your people, and your place in this world. And all you gotta do is visit mercyships.org today. I hope to see you soon.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues on a Tuesday. Coming up later in the show, don't forget, we're going to get with New York Times bestselling author Craig Johnson. He heads on a book tour that's going to take him through 14 states beginning May 27th. That's when his latest Longmire novel drops. It's called Return to Sender. Craig will be on the show to talk about that. Cowboy Kevin Meyer, resident cowboy, will stop in with us. We'll ask him some questions about that horse stranded in the middle of the river and why he couldn't have just walked out of there. I think he was frozen. U.S. Senator Cynthia Lummis will be on the show to talk about a variety of things. Lots going on today on a Tuesday. Just as an experiment, I should pile up cat food. I should just put a whole mess of cat food in the bowl, like overflow, like more cat food than any one cat could eat, just to see if this cat will eat it all and explode. He's never satisfied. He's never full. Always wants food. One day I'll just supersize him, and once he gets over a minor cat heart attack and his eyes bug out seeing like a million cans of food in his bowl, he'll start to eating, and I'll want to see how far he gets before he just quits, explodes, or eats it all. Yeah, I don't know. Cat can never get enough. Here's where's my weather sounder? Yeah. Let's do a quick weather forecast. Don Day will be here with the day weather forecast shortly, and he'll talk about the details of weather. But right now it's going to be very spring-like Some sun, some rain, kind of everything. Casper 62 with a chance of rain in the afternoon. Otherwise sunny and breezy. Riverton, you'll top out around 64 with the same. Sunny, then rainy. Slight chance of rain in the afternoon in Evanston, 56 the high. Green River, you'll top out around 60. Mostly sunny, breezy with a slight chance of some sprinkles. Pinedale, chance of rain in the late afternoon. Clouds will be on the increase today. Breezy 51, the high in Pinedale. Alpine, you'll be 53 with a chance of rain, snow, or sunny. I love that. I mean, that is Wyoming spring right there in a forecast. It almost seems like Don Day is cheating when a meteorologist says chance of rain, chance of snow, otherwise partly sunny. Well, that covers about everything that could possibly happen other than leaving some hail out there. DuBois, chance of snow, rain, otherwise mostly sunny. Highs 50. Jackson, partly sunny, breezy. Chance of snow and or rain with highs 51. Yeah, that's the gap. Jackson's forecast. I'm going to bring that up with Don Day and ask him if that's not just a cop-out for a meteorologist. That's why we hire a weather guy to tell us which one is it going to be. Rain, snow, windy or not, sunny or cloudy. And if you just say it's going to be all 5 of those things today, that sounds like you're taking a day off. I mean, I can do that. And I didn't go to meteorology school. Today's weather in Jackson: snow, rain, clouds, sun, breezy. Except when it's not breezy. Well, that's the whole thing. He's just leaving out catastrophic events like a tornado. Thermopolis, chance of rain after 1 o'clock. Otherwise, mostly sunny, 60. Cody, you'll be around 56 today. Again, with a mixed bag of everything. Rain, snow, sun. Buffalo, chance of rain after 1. Otherwise, mostly sunny, breezy, 54 the high. Sheridan, you'll be 62 with variable conditions. Gillette, chance of rain in the afternoon. Gradually clearing skies, 57 the high in Gillette. Eastern Plains, let's go to Torrington, sunny, breezy, 66. Douglas, slight chance of rain. Otherwise, sunny, breezy, 62 today. Down there in the state capital, Cheyenne, sunny, windy, 63. Wind gusts as high as 45 miles an hour. When is it not blowing in poor Cheyenne? Mostly sunny, windy in Laramie, 57. Mostly sunny, windy in Rawlins. Highs in the upper 50s. That's your forecast around the state. And again, I have to talk to Don Day about Doppler radar because that's in the news. There's a lot of stuff in the weather news that we could talk to Don about, which basically amounts to the curtailing, the Doge cuts, whatever it is, a lack of personnel. National Weather Service says it's short-staffed, so there's staffing concerns probably brought by funding cuts. Federal spending cuts have put a 175-year-old program that measures Arctic sea ice in jeopardy. That's another story we can talk to Don Day about. The Trump administration on May 5th ended sea ice and snow cover data services. That's a service under NOAA, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. So we don't know what the Arctic sea ice is up to now, at least not to the degree we used to. Is that important for weather forecasting? I would imagine it factors in. Certainly radar does. National Weather Service ending its 24/7 monitoring. So in other words, no overnight radar monitoring in Cheyenne. Don Day says that's going to be a bit handicapping to forecasters like himself. So yeah, we should talk to Don about that. and we will. Yeah, and then let's cover our big stories of the day, beginning with I still think that grizzly story and the video is so good. Mark Hines writes a story about a grizzly. If you want to see the maternal instinct in full degree, in high gear, check out the story from Mark Hines. Mama grizzly doesn't mess around when wolf tries to snatch her tiny cub. This happened in Yellowstone's Lamar Valley, where it's a pretty popular place to see a grizz or a wolf. You were taking the family into Yellowstone. You say, where can we see a grizzly bear or a wolf? Lamar Valley is one place I would point you to. There's a good chance of seeing either. I've seen grizzly and wolves in Lamar Valley. That's where this incident played out the other day. Gary Gaston was on hand. He's a wildlife enthusiast. He caught the video. He provided the video on YouTube that is shared by Mark Hines in the story. The video shows one of the first, or at least the first, observed sow bear, female bear with cub, to emerge from hibernation, the first in Yellowstone that anybody has seen. And this grizzly bear and this tiny little cub of the year, so that means this cub was birthed in the den, birthed over winter, and is now emerging for its first time outside. This cub is so cute. He's so little. And Mama Grizzly's got this cub, and they're looking to cross. It's not a river. I think they're just trying to cross Soda Butte Creek. Okay. And judging from the video, Soda Butte's not raging. You know, all creeks are up right now. It's spring, and all the creeks are swole with snow melt. Soda Butte's just kind of moving along. But still, for a cub, a young cub, a coy of the year, a cub of the year, coy, it might be a bit daunting, a little bit challenging. Mama might walk across this, but the cub would have to swim, and the cub probably wouldn't want to. So Mama probably knows this, and she wants to cross Soda Butte Creek, so she finds a footbridge that, hikers go over. And according to observation, according to Gary Gaston, he said it looked like Mama Grizz knew right where this footbridge was. I mean, she went right for it without hesitation. She got to the edge of the footbridge. She turned around to make sure cub was still there, and then she walked over the bridge. So did the cub. Like Mama, like cub. And they crossed the Soda Butte Creek and immediately encounter a wolf. It's a lone wolf. Gary Gaston said he's seen things play out like this before, and he said if the wolf had its whole pack with it, likely they would have been able to get at this cub. But he said in this case it was just the one wolf, a wolf from Yellowstone National Park's famed Molly's pack. And this wolf had its sights on this cub. I mean, he definitely wanted that cub. And in the video that Gaston took, you can see Mama Grizz defend that cub. She keeps herself between the wolf and the cub at all times. She keeps looking over her shoulder, turning around to make sure the cub is still there behind her as she stands on her hind legs and makes a couple of false runs at the wolf. And the wolf is more than happy to give up the idea. That's a big grizzly bear. But again, yeah, if there was more wolves, you could have one distract the mom and another one could get him behind. In fact, Gaston and other bear specialists say, more than one cub has been lost in the spring due wolf predation, and particularly successful if there's more than one wolf. But fascinating video, and a big thanks to Gary Gaston for sharing that with us. And thanks to Mark Hines for writing the story. Pretty interesting. All right, let's get into the Zoom room, get Don Day's weather forecast, and we'll make sure to ask Don the pressing questions of the day, which is how difficult it is to forecast weather when some of your tools have been curtailed. Before we get to that, though, Don, I have to say, your weather forecast for, let's say, today in Jackson sounds like a meteorologist taking a day off, really. I mean, if the choice from a weather guy is, I want to know if it's going to be rainy, snowy, sunny, cloudy, or windy, and you tell me it's going to be all five of them things, I'm thinking, I could have done that.
That's right. Sometimes that happens, It's like, that's right. It's a grab bag. It's a cornucopia.
Right.
Of different weather elements. But hey, May in Jackson, that's exactly what you expect.
I know. I thought it was maybe because there's no overnight radar in Cheyenne anymore that you just like surrendered and gave up and said, which of the five possible weather things is it going to be in Jackson? And Don says, all of them, any of them. But I did want to talk to you a little bit. I mean, we can get it mostly from the story. I think that was a Renee Jean story. Talk about the Cheyenne National Weather Service. Cheyenne folks are going to take the night off. No longer going to be 24/7. Riverton still is. But you said this could affect particularly local micro forecasts. Radar doesn't see everything. That's my favorite quote from you.
The radar, Cheyenne's radar is still going to function. That's not going to be an issue. And there's overlapping radar that's out of Denver. So I'm less concerned about the radar situation. As for over 50 years, as long as the National Weather Service has been in Cheyenne, it's been a 24-hour operation, and there's good reason for it. I know when you put your head on the pillow at night, you're blissfully in dreamland, but the weather keeps going. And I just like to remind people, every time you get in a plane, you get on a boat, you get in your car, you get in your truck, somebody's watching the weather. Doesn't matter what time of day or the night is. And we're just at the beginnings of severe weather season, So as a consumer of weather, if you're lacking some of the resources that's there to keep you informed, I don't know why somebody wouldn't be concerned. I mean, I've been reading some Facebook comments where, it's at night, it doesn't matter, and we just addressed that. I've also heard that, I have my smartphone, I have the Weather Channel. Newsflash, just about all the weather you consume comes from one source, and that ultimate source begins at the National Weather Service. All your tax money's gone to pay for that infrastructure. Nobody's gone out and built their own radars, built their own satellites, so we rely really heavily on the infrastructure of the Weather Service.
Yeah, you may have your smartphone telling you the weather, but what tells your smartphone the weather? It's data that's fed into that, derived from National Weather Service sites and derived from eyes on. You still can't replace that. The day might be coming, Don, when AI does everything and computer models and radar tell us all we need to know. But right now, you can't replace observation from people. That's still important, right?
Yeah, it is. And if you look at, it's just not Cheyenne. There's other nighttime closures in the West and across the country, mainly in rural areas like Goodland, Fairbanks, some offices in California. And this is something that was a problem before the new administration. So I don't want people to derive any politics from this. Unfortunately, people think that. This is not political, okay? This was a problem before the new administration, but they've made it much worse by what they've been doing. It's basically law of unintended consequences here, which is this ultimately may be a good thing at the end of the day, but boy, they're making it a lot more messy than it needs to be.
Hey, what can you make of this? I just saw this. Maybe it means something, maybe not. I just saw it on the Facebooks. Somebody posted yesterday. They didn't post it yesterday. They were saying this. Yesterday, GOES 16, GOES 16, finished its run as U.S. primary weather satellite. GOES 16 is some important satellite that's been functioning. What is it? What does it mean? Do you know anything about it?
Yeah, it's basically been retired, and they replaced it with GOES 18, which is the higher resolution, a better satellite. So they wear out over time, and then as the technology gets better, you put up. So that's why.
Got it. And I also, I can't, I wish I could share this with you, or maybe you've already seen it. I saw a super cool NOAA using GOES 19, visible imagery from NOAA's GOES East, GOES 19 satellite, capturing a supercell thunderstorm forming over the Rio Grande Valley in Texas. Really cool. I mean, it's like a pop-up supercell. It just comes out of nowhere in this satellite. It's crazy. Weather is crazy, Don.
It is crazy.
Man, so yeah, it's crazy today. I don't know if we're going to need GOES or the Cheyenne National Weather Service radar. I don't think we need anything. We're just going to say wherever you are in Wyoming, you'll experience any of the 5 different things: rain, snow, sun, clouds, wind, or all of them.
So next time you get an airplane, ask the pilot what the weather's going to be, and he'll just go, I don't know.
Everything or nothing.
We'll just fly into it. Yeah, we'll be okay.
I don't like the sound of that. But across Wyoming, we're going to experience a whole bunch of stuff today, huh?
Yeah, and really that's how it's going to be for the next 5 or 6 days. The problem today is going to be the wind again. The wind yesterday was just in a lot of places.
Yeah.
It will be again today. We're going to have some afternoon showers. Things start to get a little bit better Wednesday. The best couple of days coming up will be Thursday and Friday.
Okay, good deal. I don't know why I'm doing Jeopardy. That's better. Okay, day weather forecast. Thank you, Don. Have a great Tuesday. Day weather forecast today across the state. Kind of, we like Wednesday and Thursday, though. Looking a lot better. Let's take a quick break. We'll be back with more in the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Tuesday edition. Don't go anywhere. We got some fun stuff to cover. Just 3 minutes away.
To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story Will Crow About, Crowheart, and Yodel Over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Ten Sleep, good morning, welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
When you hear the words nonprofit organization, what comes to mind? Is it a place your dog called home before finding you? Is it an organization that supports accessibility? Is it a place that ensures your safety and that of those you love? That protects endangered wildlife and habitats or fights for our most basic needs? It's impossible to show all the ways nonprofit organizations make a difference in our world. One animal, one person, one cause at a time, but it's not impossible to be part of it. When you give what you have to a nonprofit organization that needs what you can give, you help promote, protect, and strengthen the reach of these incredible organizations. The Nonprofit Alliance is here, helping connect people like you to the nonprofits that enrich your life, your community, and the world we share. Reach out to a nonprofit organization that inspires you today. to find how you can help make the world a better place.
The challenges our planet's animals are facing sometimes feel a bit heavy.
The animals haven't eaten in a day, 2 days, they haven't drank anything, they're cold, they're dehydrated.
As soon as we started our descent, everywhere I could see was mud. Just absolutely mud.
You know, the country has been in prolonged drought for so long, it was like a tinderbox waiting to go up.
Okay, very heavy. Each of us wants to be part of the solution, and we can be. Remember that there's good happening right now. At home.
All right, we were able to get into your unit, and we have all 4 of your cats. So,
okay.
And around the world. For any animal in any disaster. So let's focus on that, right? Be part of the solution, one rescue at a time. Search ifa.org/disaster ready.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Somebody wake up the DJ. Somebody wake up the host. I was busy reading. Daryl Orr checks in. We got to get Daryl back on the show one of these days. Daryl is a meteorologist / long-haul trucker. And the slash means he does both simultaneously. Like, the cab of his truck is tricked out with at least half the equipment that Don Day uses. Don says, regarding your discussion on weather forecasting, etc. First, he says, good morning, Wyoming NJ. Good morning, Daryl. Stay safe out there. There's a lot of crazy drivers. And unfortunately, a lot of those crazy drivers aren't even human. There's nobody behind the wheel. Look out. Look out for that guy or girl or robot. There's nobody there steering. AVs, man. I don't know. I don't like EVs or AVs. Electronic vehicles. Yeah, I don't know. Electric vehicles. I don't know about that. I'll burn diesel, thanks. And AVs, automated vehicles. No, not ready for that. Daryl says you still have Skywarn amateur radio spotters keeping an eye out at night. You still got emergency management, law enforcement, a lot of eyes on weather, which is good. I mean, computers, radar can only do so much. And we're talking about National Weather Service shuttering the Cheyenne National Weather Service at night. They used to run 24 hours, so you would have, at 2 a.m, you would have radar data, somebody crunching that data anyway. Now nobody's there overnight because Elon Musk and Doge believes weather doesn't happen overnight. Weather goes to sleep. I'm just kidding. I don't know if it was budget. I imagine it's budget cut. They don't have the staff to work overnight. Maybe it's just a lack of meteorologists. More people should go into weather forecasting. Computers aren't going to do it all in the future. You'll still need a Don Day to tell you the weather. Daryl says AVs have been recalled in San Francisco due to multiple accidents. I'm not surprised. Taxi, they're test driving. And literally test driving the whole automated vehicle concept. And they're doing it with taxis in California and truckers in Florida. We heard about that outfit that runs trucking, and they call it long haul. Daryl, I wouldn't call it long haul when you're running freight between Dallas and San Antonio. I mean, I know Texas is a big state, and that's a pretty long run, especially with traffic on 35. But that's not long haul trucking. Long haul trucking is like multiple states. Many. I don't. So they called it long haul trucking. Whatever. There's some outfit that's testing driverless semis, 18-wheelers out there with nobody behind the wheel. Now, they do have the advantages over humans for sure. When you look at what some of these vehicles are equipped with, they got more eyes on the road than you could ever have. Let's say you were not distracted with your text. Let's say you were actually paying attention, as much attention as you could with your two eyeballs. You can only look one place at one time, out the windshield, off to the side, maybe checking the rear view mirror. Yeah, Daryl says long haul is 800 to 1,000 miles minimum. Yeah. So this short haul run, whatever it is, the idea that an automated 18-wheeler is driving from Dallas to San Antonio is frightening, although I do agree that there are advantages to some of the tech that's in these trucks. That's in Daryl's truck. Daryl's truck is tricked out with compute. Instead of just a glass mirror for your side view, rear view mirror, you have cameras behind, which is a great advantage to be able to check out what's behind you with a camera. That's cool. And computers have all that. Not only does computers have cameras front, back, side, they have sensors front, back, side. They sense when the guy in front of you is slowing down. There are advantages to what tech can do in behind the wheel that no human could do. They're reacting faster, yes. Seeing more things all at the same time, taking in data all at the same time and being able to react. Yeah, that's fantastic. But I still want a human as the last line of defense. I still want a human behind the wheel. Just, I don't know. I'm a little freaked out. Again, it comes down to the conundrum. Do you swerve to avoid the old lady? If you got an old lady crossing the road and you got a young mom pushing her baby carriage, does the computer make the call saying, well, the old lady's lived 85 years. She's probably going to die in a few months anyway. She's old. I'm going to run her over. If there's nowhere to go, am I overthinking this? Probably. But yeah, Daryl says AVs have been recalled in San Francisco. They're getting too many accidents. Oops. Aurora. Yeah, the Aurora system is what's being tested. They run that from Fort Worth, which is basically Dallas. Fort Worth, Plano, Dallas. It's all, they've made up different words, different terms to call Dallas because Dallas has gotten too big. Fort Worth. There is a person on board babysitting. Okay. Daryl says he's had 2 minor failures with his mirror eye system in the last 60 days. The mirror eye system being the computer-generated mirrors. Yeah, what happens when the computer, the more tech, we all know this, the more tech you put in your vehicle, the more things that can go wrong. I mean, I got a, 2015 Ford F-350, and that thing is already so advanced. Here's what happened to me, these stupid computers. Do you think the computer knows everything? The computer in my Ford truck a couple weeks ago thought that I didn't have enough exhaust fluid. That's the fluid that eats water out of your diesel. Water in diesel's bad. And exhaust fluid goes and evaporates that water up. It's essential. And the computer thought, you're out of exhaust fluid, dummy. If you don't fill more up, I'm going to start crippling your top speed. I'm going to throttle you out at 50 miles an hour. And then after that, you can't go faster than 35 miles an hour. So in other words, the computer controls your truck and says, you are now governed. The governor is going to be enacted and you can't go faster than 50 miles an hour, which in Wyoming is like walking. And meanwhile, I had plenty of fluid. It was the computer making the call. The computer was wrong. The computer had a false read, and there was nothing on this green earth that could convince that computer that I had exhaust fluid. I had to bring it into a diesel mechanic, and even at the shop, the guy said I had to go through 5, 6 different things to tell the computer you have exhaust fluid. So once the computer decides the computer controls everything in your truck. That's why you and I can't fix our vehicles anymore. It's all computer stuff. So the more tech you put in these vehicles today, the more things that can go wrong. So when you're no longer looking at a rear view mirror, a side view mirror, if it's no longer glass, great. You get the advantage of being able to see more and you don't get sun glare. But what if that computer fails? What if that tech glitches out? Then you can't see anything. There's no backup. There's no actual mirror. Yeah, I don't like it. Anyway, enough on that. Where was I? I've gotten so far off topic now. Oh, I'm reading our Facebook comments. And we get comments from, speaking about computers, we get comments from this computer lady that looks very busty. Oh, now her comments have been taken off. She was like a fake person. Her name is Beaver. And she was saying, good morning. I love your show. You guys are really funny. She's no more real than the computer in my truck that thinks I have no exhaust fluid. Anyway, I did have a topic to get to next in my mind. I was going to talk about some kind of news that did not involve automated vehicles. How about this story from Mark Hines? This is, we don't have time to do this. I got to get Jackie Dorothy in here now. I've wasted so much time talking about automated vehicles. All right, this quick one. Game and Fish announced they have captured and relocated a grizzly bear. This grizz was caught killing cattle near Cody. Grizzly bears will do that if given the option between chasing down a fleet-footed pronghorn or attacking old Bessie there, standing there chewing her cud. What would you prefer? A skinny antelope that exists on sagebrush? Or a big fat cow? It looks like a juicy steak. Yeah, I don't blame this, Chris. Game and Fish says they've relocated this grizzly bear. Another option, of course, is euthanization. But in this case, Game and Fish and other animal folks, Dan Thompson told the Cowboy State Daily that the bear did not have a chronic record of attacking cattle. So in other words, first-time offender. They'll give you a break. They used to give you like 3 strikes anymore because there are so many grizzly and so few places to relocate them to. Anymore, it's kind of like 2 strikes and you're out. I don't know if that's official. But you're given one chance. In this case, Dan Thompson said this bear didn't have any bad rap sheet. So it was captured after cattle depredation in the Cody area and taken to Glade Creek Drainage, about 2.5 miles south of Yellowstone. I've been up there. It's pretty remote, but there are campers up there. So, heads up. Glade Creek Drainage, you access that most easily by going to Flag Ranch, and then you jump on the back roads, and you can drive all the way to Idaho from there, actually. And Glade Creek Drainage has a new pissed off bear walking around. Hopefully Bear learns to stay out of trouble. Let's clear the scene, clear the room, take a quick break. We'll get back here with Jackie Dorothy in a moment.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Sometimes fatherhood
I'm the first Viking who wouldn't kill a dragon.
can feel like an epic battle.
But you will.
But you can change your kid's world just by being there. And with a little help, you won't believe how high they can soar.
All right, bud, you ready?
I'm proud to call you my son.
Come on!
Never stop being a dad. To learn more, visit fathersincorporated.com.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
You talk to... In every family, small conversations can make a big impact. I grew up on tour with my parents. Kind of different, but we bonded over music just like other families do over sports, camping, or other interests. And we talked. Little everyday conversations from silly to serious that built a foundation over time. Honest conversations, like when my dad shared his experiences as an alcoholic.
Your honesty about that part of your life gave me a sense of integrity that I wanted to uphold in my own life. And I was so grateful that you and Mom had become these sober, stable people who were always there for me.
I wanted you to know from someone who's been in recovery more than 30 years now that hard work is what creates success, not alcohol or other drugs, whether it's music or anything else. I said it a lot, and I'm glad you took it to heart.
Talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Tuesday, May 20. Jen's so fast on her homework assignment. We talked to Jen Coker earlier in the show about her stories. Her story saying that Wyoming is one of the most gullible states, one of the states most taken by online scammers. Wyoming just falls for it more than anybody. Well, not more than anybody. There are two states more gullible, and I asked Jen in this story that she wrote, well, what are the two states? What two states are more naive, more gullible, more suckered by online scammers? That was important to me. Honestly, my takeaway from her story was, yeah, I can believe Wyoming gets duped a lot by online scammers because in Wyoming, we're a trusting folk. For the most part, our residents do not have big city savvy where we go around suspicious of everything. in the big city, everybody looks a gift horse in the mouth. There's strings attached to everything. You never believe anything. You're very wary. You got savvy. You got big city street savvy. But in Wyoming, you don't need that from day in, day out. You kind of live in a little bit of a shielded world where you're more accepting. So when you get that phone call saying your granddaughter is in a North Korean prison and needs money to get out, please run down to the Target store and buy gift cards. Grandma's likely to fall for it, even though A, she doesn't have any grandkids, and B, she doesn't connect the idea that buying Pokemon gift cards is probably not a legitimate. Anyway, yeah, you get it. So when Jen Coker wrote the story that Wyoming last year, $43 million were lost from the state of Wyoming to online scammers, making Wyoming per capita the third most gullible state, the third most duped. So my immediate question was, what two states get taken more often than Wyoming? I had to know. How could we place third? Number 2 most taken per capita, Texas. In fact, Texas in general was second for the most financial losses overall in total. Texas falls for almost everything. And number 1, most gullible and most susceptible to online scamming, Nevada. I don't know if it has anything to do with the Reno and Las Vegas and legalized gambling or not. Could be. Probably. But Nevada is number 1. 2 states more gullible per capita than Wyoming. Nevada and Texas. Wyoming comes in third. Top 3 states for financial losses in general. California, and that's, due to its size, the amount of people in California. Texas, number 2. Florida, third. And my other question from the story, I questioned Jen's numbers because we found Wyoming was susceptible to the tune of $43 million last year in 2024. And I thought, for a state that has 580,000 people total, of 580,000, how many last year fell for an online scam and lost money? 1% of the population, maybe? 5,000 people? That's probably high. Maybe 1,000 people. Whatever. Let's say it was 5,000 and each one got taken for an average of 20,000. How does that get you to 43 million? That seems like a big jump. Well, Jen crunched the numbers and she's got them all. Crime type by victim loss. Last year, 2024. Lottery, sweepstakes, inheritance. The old-fashioned, you've won the lottery. All you got to do to claim your money is to put in, do this. You've won the sweepstakes. You have an inheritance from a long-lost uncle in Nigeria. All you got to do is type in your information and you'll get it. $88,900 were lost in that fashion in Wyoming. $2,600 to malware. Somehow you downloaded something that's working on your computer and taking money from you. Non-payment, non-delivery. I never thought of this. $459,000. So almost $500,000 for stuff you ordered that you never got. And you never got it because it probably didn't exist to begin with. And where you ordered it from wasn't a trusted source like Amazon. It was some fly-by-night Etsy company, and you never got your goods. Overpayment. I never thought of that. $366,000 in overpayment. Real estate scams, $184,000 lost. Tech support, here's a good one. How many times have you had something flash up on your computer saying your computer's infected? Or you get tech support calls from people saying, your computer's running pretty slow lately, isn't it? Well, yeah, I guess so. Because your computer, when someone mentions it, the fact, when somebody puts that notion in your head, has your computer been running kind of laggy lately? The first thing you think, yeah, this piece of crap, it was much faster when I took it out of the box. But now that you mention it, lately this computer's been running like a dog. Can you help me out? Well, as a matter of fact, we can. We've been monitoring your computer from our headquarters here in Elkhart, Indiana, and we can just walk you through a few things. Your computer will be as fast as the day you bought it. Oh, don't fall for it. Wyomingites fell for it last year to the tune of almost $1 million, $986,000 to fake tech support, guys. All you need is a Pakistani accent. Some dude with an Indian accent. He sounds official. He says, tell you what, you'll have the fastest laptop in Metizzi by the time I'm done, ma'am. Now just give me a few things like, what are your Social Security, your last 4 digits? Don't fall for it. Confidence romance. Oh, it's a big one. How many people looking for love online? $795,000 people were taken last year. But how do you get to millions? Well, that's less personal and more probably company. Data breach, $21 million data breach. So in other words, somebody has hacked into something, hacked into your savings account or your IRA or something. Data breach accounts for $21.7 million lost last year in Wyoming. And investments, bad investment, $13.5 million in investments. You thought you were investing in whatever, fill in the blank. And it turns out you weren't investing in nothing. Cryptocurrency, that was huge. Crypto, none of us understand it. And it's obvious because we were taken to $6.5 million lost last year by Wyomingites via some kind of crypto scam. You thought you were buying Bitcoin and you were buying a bit of nothing. You were buying no coin. Yeah, so good numbers from Jen. We learn more about the gullibility of Wyomingites and how somehow, as a state, we lost $43 million last year. That's up 230% from how much we lost in 2023. Wyoming continues to be a targeted state for scammers and phishers and other one of the hackers and all them nefarious people on the interwebs that live in the dark corners. I don't know what happened to Jackie Dorothy. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on with Jackie up there in Thermopolis. She might have floated away with all the rain. I know Thermop's got a ton of rain. Sheridan is drowning in rain. That could be it. Not sure. But we were to have talked birds with Jackie. She has a story about birders saying, well, this is the month to be birding. Wyoming birders live for spring and spotting something rare or spectacular. Jackie talked to a lot of folks who spend much of May with their eyes pressed to the field glasses. Wyoming, home to more than 400 species of birds, and birders statewide grabbing their binoculars and cameras trying to identify as many as they can. Jackie was able to talk to some folks who record seeing birds they've never seen before. One saw Kathy Lichtendahl of Cody spotted 2 rare shorebirds for the region. Her third rare bird sighting was a black-poll warbler. I wouldn't know, but apparently that's pretty rare spotting. I love birds. I love watching birds and what they do. But unfortunately, I'm really bad with identifying the species, and I don't know what bird call goes to what bird. I should know more. But this is the time of year, May, when birders love getting out there in Wyoming because so many birds coming back to settle in Wyoming for the summer. So many birds passing through. It's migration time, and birders have never had it so good than a May in Wyoming, if that's your gig. Yeah, Jackie was going to talk about that story, but we don't have no Jackie. All right, next hour, we got a lot going on. We're going to be busy. Don't miss it. Next, coming up, I'm not supposed to say next hour. Coming up on the show, dang it, New York Times bestselling author Craig Johnson going to join us, talk about his latest. The new Longmire novel drops in 7 days. Craig's going to give you a sneak preview. Kevin Meyer, resident cowboy out of Douglas, will make horse sense of the world, and U.S. Senator Cynthia Lummis will be on the show to talk all things politics. That's all coming up right after top of the hour news break of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Stay with us.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. A staffing shortage has forced the National Weather Service's forecast office in Cheyenne to close its offices overnight, raising questions about the accuracy of future weather forecasts and the timeliness of warnings. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that the change is a public safety issue, one that meteorologist Don Day told her should transcend the politics of the moment.
Weather just doesn't sleep just because we're asleep. The weather is still going. Flash floods, tornadoes, those kind of things can happen any time of the night. So we have been spoiled in America, I guess, to have 24/7 monitoring of the situation. There's a big component of our weather forecasting that relies on people on the ground to spot weather when it's happening. And part of that are these folks who man these offices 24/7.
Day said closing forecast offices overnight could lead to shortened time frames for warnings, giving people less lead time to respond. The 4 elk antler arches in Jackson Town Square are a popular spot for visitors to take photographs. Climbing them is ill-advised and illegal. But Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that on May 13th, a drunk Montana man was ticketed for climbing one of the iconic structures.
The Southwest Antler Arch, which is the main arch of the 4 surrounding Jackson Town Square, it's got anywhere between 10 to 12,000 pounds of antlers on it. Now, it's not freestanding. There is a steel superstructure underneath it, and all the wires are wired to that, but it's not something that should be climbed. This guy decided that he wanted to impress some ladies that he had met that evening and decided the best way to do that was to climb the arch.
The arch climbed by the Montana man was the original antler arch erected by the Jackson Rotary Club in 1953. Although the structure is designed to hold thousands of pounds of weight, police say the Montana man was lucky to climb up and come down safely, especially in an inebriated state. U.S. Senator John Barrasso recently reintroduced legislation aimed at forcing the World Bank to roll back what the senator characterizes as anti-fossil fuel policies in its quest to bring electricity to millions of people without power across the developing world. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that the Combating Global Poverty Through Energy Development Act would require the World Bank to eliminate prohibitions on financing coal, oil, natural gas, and civil nuclear energy projects, or face a 50% reduction in U.S. funding.
The World Bank is this massive financial institution based in Washington, D.C., and it funds all kinds of infrastructure projects around the world. Here comes Senator Barrasso this week with a bill that would direct the World Bank to prioritize fossil fuels. He's worried that in the guiding language of the bank that they favor renewables over fossils, and has presented some legislation to try and change that. It could be good news for Wyoming if international projects need the expertise of our state's energy sector.
Based on financial details provided in a recent report, annual contributions from the U.S. Treasury to the World Bank appear to be approximately $1.6 billion per year. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Did you know it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below? This is Jan Warren, Executive Director for One Call of Wyoming. We will be hosting workshops around the state to educate homeowners, realtors, landscapers, underground facility owners, and excavators on the state law, industry best practices when it comes to planting a tree, building a fence, or any other excavation project you have planned. Join us for a free breakfast, get your questions answered, and learn how One Call of Wyoming is here to help. Go to onecallofwyoming.com and register today.
A wolf from Yellowstone National Park's famed Molly's pack tried snatching a tiny grizzly cub on Monday, but the cub's mother didn't hesitate to protect her offspring and sent the wolf running for its life. Wildlife enthusiast Gary Gaston, who caught the action on video, told Outdoors reporter Mark Heinz that all 3 animals involved in the drama emerged without a scratch.
He's a retired biologist who now spends his summers in Yellowstone watching wildlife. He said this is the first, so far only bear they've observed, grizzly bear in the Lamar Valley region of Yellowstone Park that has a brand new cub of the year, a koi. And she used a footbridge to cross Soda Butte Creek because the little one's too small to swim right now. No sooner they got across that, a big old wolf came out of the brush and tried to get her cub, and she fended this wolf off.
Gaston says he knows of wolves killing black bear cubs, but this was the first time he's seen a wolf try pushing its luck with a mother grizzly. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Some people judge a book by its cover, and if you're not what people are looking for, you're kind of like a reject.
At school, it feels like everyone's staring at me and I'm just kind of not really a person.
Sometimes I can't believe that you could be proud of me if I'm not proud of myself.
It just was hard today. Nobody was listening to me.
Think of our best times together. Let's do more of that.
Try to understand me more, and I'll try to do the same.
Listening is a form of love. Find ways to support your kids at sounditouttogether.org.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues on a Tuesday. Into the room, into the discussion. New York Times bestselling author Craig Johnson. Longmire series has a latest installment. Thanks for being on the show, Craig. Excited to see you.
My pleasure, Jake. It's always great to be here. I think you ought to take that hat off and show everybody. Nobody thinks you have hair like that. I think you need to take that hat off and show it again there. Look at all that hair you had. Oh my gosh. Oh my God. You need to need to hit the barber here in the not too distant future.
Shame on you for making me do that. We're also on it's too bad you folks on radio in Cheyenne, Riverton, Jackson, soon coming to, I think, Torrington, Pinedale. I mean, we're going to be everywhere sooner or later. Cody, you're going to miss that. Yeah, and you're going to miss you have missed Craig Johnson. And
we'll have to do like an in-person event or something like that, where you can show everybody all that hair. Like that. My gosh.
You're going to be getting to some in-person events. You're on a heavy book tour coming up in 7 days. That coincides with the release of Return to Sender, which I have just begun, my advanced copy. reads fantastic. I love it. Let's start at the beginning with your inspiration for, and I already know this, but you're constantly looking for ideas as a novelist. You're looking for ideas, and you're looking for a setting. Where can I put Longmire next? What can I challenge him with?
Absolutely. I mean, when I started out, like I'd hear about, 20, 21 years ago, like it's been a book a year like that. And then let's see, what is it? 3 novellas, like getting a collection of short stories, another collection of short stories coming out next year. But yeah, whenever I was thinking about it, like when I first started out, everything was like very noir. Everything was all like, these gritty urban, detectives, burying bodies in their backyards and everything. And I thought, what if I did, living in Ucross, that would be a hard stretch, for me to kind of write that type of book. And so I thought, well, what if you write the sheriff of the least populated county in the least populated state? Maybe that'd be something interesting, right? Well, bang, we on the New York Times bestsellers list, TV show, all these things happening. So I'm a genius, right? Yeah. Well, how many people can you kill in the least populated county in the least populated state before things start getting kind of stupid, And so I started thinking, well, definitely I need to like broaden Walt's jurisdiction out a little bit so that, we can start having it's making a little bit more sense, and not at least certainly not have everybody in Wyoming laughing, every time they read one of my books, because I don't want Absaroka County to turn into, crime central or something like that. And so that got me started with the idea of kind of like letting Walt's, reputation kind of precede him, in the sense that, if he's really that good, then there should be 23 other sheriffs in Wyoming that, would, like to get him out and maybe take a look at some cold case files and that type of thing. And so then, of course, like that, with this particular book, like I read that Cowboy Daily article, like at about, is it Tabra Morris?
Tabra Morris, yeah.
Yeah, and she's like, she's doing like a couple 100 miles, a day. And once again, with the nefarious mind of the crime fiction writer, the first thing I thought was, if she went missing, in a place, in an area as large as like basically Maryland, where are you going to find her? What are you going to look for goodness sake? So, of course, the great thing about being in a place like Wyoming is you can call up the, the inspector general for the state of the postal inspector, for the state of Wyoming. He'll actually talk to you. Like, I mean, most states, they won't do that. Like, but here in Wyoming, sure, they'll sit there and talk to you. So I'm talking with him like that. And he said, well, that's not a federal crime. And I said, no, well, what's that? Like, and he goes, missing persons case. Like that. He says, that's local jurisdiction. It wouldn't be one of my problems. Like that. And I said, really? And he goes, yeah. He says, but there is another problem. And I said, what's that? Like that. And he goes, the mail. The mail is a federal jurisdiction.
Oh.
People drop that into a mailbox or put that in a mail receptacle, that becomes federal property. Like it. And so at that point in time, it becomes a federal case. And he says, and I can get any inspector I want. I can get any detective I want. Like it. And there was a long pause, and he reads the books, like it, and he goes, I'd get Walt Longmire. Like, so that starts Walt off, on this missing persons case, where he gets this call from, the postal inspector. It says, hey, can you come down and take a look at this situation, down here in Rock Springs and in and around the Red Desert area, like that. And so Walt does. And I think you and I discussed it last year, like that, Walt's not the best at undercover operations. He just doesn't, it's not something he does really, really well like that. I mean, the fact that he's 6'5" and weighs 255, 260 pounds, is built like a refrigerator with a head. He doesn't blend in really well like that. He didn't have a head of hair like you like that, but he didn't blend in really well like that. And so it makes it kind of difficult for him like that. And so I think it's the second undercover operation that Walt's been involved with. And then, of course, then there's the area like that incredible area of the Red Desert and in and around Rock Springs, which I've always, been interested in like that. But you always need an excuse to go out and explore like that. And and whenever you can write that off on your taxes, it's always a good idea like that. But yeah, the Red Desert's like this an incredible area. I mean, who knew that we had the largest living dune field, in the United States? I mean, I would have thought that would have been like Arizona or New Mexico or Texas or someplace like that, but it's right here in Wyoming. And I just started thinking about it and thought, what, this will be a good environment for Walt, something different, than what it is we've done before.
And you went and researched. I mean, nobody on purpose would spend the night at Boar's Tusk, but you did it under research.
I did. Like it's a great excuse, is what it is. Like I mean, I've got a couple of old motorcycles. Again, I've got one that's like about 40 years old. Like it's one of those dual purpose ones that can go on road, off road, and everything. And whenever I get the opportunity, that was the one that I took. Like it was last summer, and I took off down through there. Like of course it hadn't rained there in like 120 days. Like and then I get down there and it poured down rain. And lightning storm and everything like this. And so I didn't even bring a tent with me. I just had a tarp, and so I tied it off on the motorcycle and slept underneath the tarp with the wind and the rain blowing and everything. And so I got a little bit of what Walt kind of went through to a certain extent, but what a spectacular area, what an incredible area. I think it's the variance, of the geography and the topography of that area that kind of blows me away. It turned out to be a very exciting, book as far as that kind of thing is concerned. I'm always like, majority of people, when they read the books, one of the things they always comment on is the dialogue. They really love the dialogue and the humor and all that kind of stuff. And it's kind of funny to me like that, because I can't remember which one. It was Kirkus or Publishers Weekly or one of those that came out. And, all they did was talk about the descriptives. They talked about how spectacular it was. It was like going to the Red Desert. And I was like, okay, well, I'll take that too, I guess. So
no, I think that's a huge reason for your success, Craig, as a writer is you're not sequestered in your house where we see you now in front of a keyboard. Like you got out to get a feel for the Red Desert. You get out to the diner, the cafe to get a feel for dialogue and how people talk. You have an ear for that, an eye for that, and you're able to put it down on the page.
Thank you. Thank you. I mean, but when you live in a place like Wyoming, there's no excuse. It would be one thing if I was living in the suburban areas of New Jersey or California or something like that, but I mean, that's the spectacular aspects, of Wyoming. And a lot of people say, boy, the descriptive passages in your book just make me feel like I'm there, and they're just so incredible. And I can only take a certain amount of credit for that, to be honest with you, just simply because look at what I've got to work with. I mean, you look at Wyoming, and see, what's here. I mean, there are the parts that everybody knows, like that. There are the parts that everybody, like Yellowstone, and Jackson, and places like that. But then there are the lesser known areas like that, those of us who live here, get to know, like the Red Desert, I mean, the next book that I'm working on, the majority of it takes place in Crazy Woman Canyon, which, as it turns out, is going to be closed all So I'm kind of glad that book doesn't come out till next year. So that if we get an uptick, in tourism like that in the Crazy Woman Canyon, at least it'll be open like that, which I think will be a benefit to all.
Well, you have a great subject to work with. You're right. Wyoming tells the story. You just write it down in some eloquent prose. We're talking to author Craig Johnson. He's the man behind the Longmire series. His latest, Return to Sender, drops in 7 days now, and it concerns you get the spark was Tebra Morse, an actual rural mail carrier. There are such things, and sometimes between mailboxes you could run an entire episode of Longmire, like an hour between. And what a cool thing, to Craig, to think, okay, what would happen if a mail carrier disappeared on this route? Would it be days, weeks before we even knew? And then how do you go about to unravel that, to solve a potential crime, a missing persons? And I was surprised at your fascination, I guess, or your buy-in with the whole mail angle. In the very beginning of your book, you say the book is dedicated to Andy Ramirez, my mailman, and you divulge, I always wanted to be a mailman, bringing good news to people. Before, that was when you were a kid. Then you learn the mail sometimes has bills. But is that true?
Yeah, it is like that. I mean, when I was a kid like that, I mean, growing up in a rural area, one of the exciting things that happens, the Wells Fargo wagon shows up, like getting the packages are there, like, and so to me that was like the actual, the only contact I had, with the outside world, like, and so as a child, like that was like this magic, to me, like that, and I guess I haven't lost that either, because I love walking down the ranch road like that, and I do. I walk down the ranch road and walk all the way down there to open up the mailbox like that, and figure out what's in there like that, and bring it home like that. And it's still a joy to me like that. And to have somebody like that, obviously who's that determined, to go out, because, you read about these, really far flung rural, letter deliverers like that, man, they are determined like that, and there's some wonderful stories in that article about how, she used a snowmobile like to get to certain places like that. And it was great. Like, I mean, I really didn't have any reason to speak with her about it because, of course, whenever, my books start, generally something bad has happened to the person that's basically involved. Like, and fortunately, she hasn't had anything really horrible happen to her, and I hope she never does like that. But yeah, whenever she turns up missing like that, after a certain period in time, and there just doesn't seem to be any clues as to where she went or what happened to her or anything. I mean, they find her vehicle, in the parking lot, of the postal service like that. And so of the post office like that. And so the big question becomes, what is it that happened to her? And I remember being in Fraser, like at the little diner there like that, and or Farson rather, like that. And I remember, walking over and having a cheeseburger like that whenever I was there on the motorcycle. And it was really marvelous because the woman that owns the restaurant like that, she was telling me, and she read the books and watched the television show and all this like, and then she looked at me and she looked at the motorcycle out there in the parking lot, and she's like, "What are you doing down here anyway?" Like, and I said, "Well, I'm down here researching another book. I've got another book that's going to take place right here in the Red Desert." And I remember her looking over my shoulder and then looking down at me, like as I was sitting there at the table, and she goes, "Be careful out there. A lot of strange things happen." And I was like, "Whoa, here we go. Look at this is what I'm looking for," like that. And so, of course, what happens is it gets kind of complicated, as things go on like that. But Walt finds himself kind of involved, with this religious cult that's out there, basically using the Red Desert as an area, for nomadic purposes to be able to stay away, from the authorities to a great extent like that. And, these are some individuals that have been out there maybe a little bit too long, like, and kind of gotten a sense of like, that they're back in the old West and can kind of do anything that they want, like at the point of a gun, like that. And there's a point in time, I think, where Walt's, second in command, Victoria Moretti, is looking at him, and she says, "This is how you're going to die, something stupid like this. It's not going to be some earth-shaking, save the world kind of situation. You're going to be monkeying around with some of these idiots, and one of them's going to shoot you." And those words kind of come back to haunt Walt as the book goes on. Like, so,
Craig, give our listeners a little insight to how the sausage is made. When the light bulb came on, you read the story about the mail carrier, a true story, and you said, "Okay, that's going to be my next book." How much of the end do you have written going into it? Or very often you'll hear authors say, especially if it's a long running series, I just plug the characters into the story and let them live it out. Do they become living things? Is that what you do? Do you say, "Walt, here you are, you're in the Red Desert here"? I mean, how much do you know?
I hear authors every once in a while say, I just the characters just start talking and
Right.
they just do their own thing and everything. I don't know about you, but people who sit in a room by themselves and hear voices kind of worry me a little bit. Again, so
Right.
I got to be honest with you. No, I tend to write, not only whodunits but why donuts. And I'm not writing the books just to stack up bodies like cordwood, just to keep people flipping pages. I mean why would I work a full year, on a book just to get you to flip through it as fast as you possibly can? I want to stumble you up. I want you to think about what it is that's going on in this book and what's happening to these characters and what's happening in this world. And so for me, like, it's kind of important to know, who did it, why did it, how done it, all of those things like that before I get started. Generally there's a social commentary that goes along with the books. And so I need to have answers to all those questions before I sit down and get started on that book. And then, of course, then there's like the aspect that I started off with relatively relatively early on, which is kind of a home and away, kind of situation. Whenever I was talking about how many people you can kill in the least populated county and least populated state before it gets kind of stupid, one of the things that like makes it work is that I can get Walt out of Absaroka County and get him involved in cases, that are in other places, like whether it be other places here in Wyoming or over in South Dakota, down in Colorado, up in Montana, wherever those places might happen to be. And this one, just really, hit me hard. Like I'd done a couple of my prequel books, like at First Frost, like at last year's book took place in 1964, with Walt on Route 66 on his way, to Paris Island, like on his way to Vietnam, like at Henry II to Fort Polk, and then the novella that I put out last year too in November, Tooth and Claw. That one takes place, up in Alaska in 1971. And these were both, books that I was dying to write, like wanting to get out there. But you also have to remember, like that a lot of the attention and a lot of the draw to the series, like it has been, in Absaroka County, where we have all of those, those familiar characters that people have come to know and enjoy, like that, whether it be, Lucian Connolly, Walt's old boss, like that, who's retired now, the previous sheriff of Absaroka County, or Ruby, his dispatcher, like that, or all of the characters, Santiago Cesar Batoria, the Basque deputy, and everything about that community that kind of makes a draw. And so I figured, it was probably time, to get back in the modern era. And even if I didn't get back into Absaroka County, if I was down, in the Red Desert, there was going to be fallout, and of course, one of the major fallouts that's in the book right now is that we've had a change of governor. In my books, and so there's a new governor, Robert Lang, and one of the things he's got cooked up is that he's thinking about making Katie Longmire the new Attorney General for the state of Wyoming, and so there's a reception in Cheyenne. Just because you're involved in an investigation doesn't mean you don't have familial obligations, and so Walt has to drive all the way across on I-80, and get to Cheyenne, which we've all done here in Wyoming, and gets there and has a meeting, at this reception, with this upcoming governor, and the governor's talking to him, and he says, well, I'm thinking about making your daughter the new Attorney General for the state of Wyoming, at the highest, positioned law enforcement official in the state. Do you think, that you and your daughter, you think you can take orders from your daughter? And of course, Walt's response to that is, I've been doing that since she was 2 years old. It makes you think that things have changed any, and he kind of makes this kind of under the radar deal with Walt, where he says, look, here's the deal. I want to give her this position, but I just don't know if she can do it if she's being undermined, by a presence such as yourself, as one of the sheriffs here in Wyoming. And so I want you to think about maybe retiring like that. And then I'll consider maybe making your daughter the Attorney General. So it's this real kind of shady deal, and then the big question becomes, okay, well, does Walt tell his daughter about this? Does he keep that under the wraps? Is he actually considering retiring, or is this something that he's not willing to do? So it'll be interesting to see how some of these subplots also play out in the book.
Craig Johnson, best-selling author behind the Longmire series that nobody wants to see end, even though Craig may be writing himself into a box here. The body count alone from Walt Longmire would be a good reason why Wyoming's population never seems to increase very much beyond 580,000. One more thing. My favorite character is an underdog carrier, literally, emphasis on dog. Dog in the book is actually a real dog, Max the dog. Give him a shout out.
Like that, whenever I was thinking about, how I was going to compose these books and what I was going to do, that I had this, this individual, this armed individual, whenever you live in Wyoming, you're going to do a certain amount of driving, and Walt might be alone to a certain extent too, and then the question becomes, well, I can have an armed man, driving around Wyoming talking to himself, or I can have him talk to somebody else. And I thought, what would be handy is probably a dog. And so, in the very first book, The Cold Dish, Walt inherits this dog who's, he's a monster like that. And so, he gets to know this dog, and the dog gets to know him really, really well like that. And it's always funny because after a certain point in time, when you're writing a series of books, you get, two different types of, at least I get two different types of emails. One is you beat up on Walt too much in the last book. You need to take it easy on him on the next book. And then the other one was not enough of my favorite character, insert name here, whether it's Henry Standing Bear, whether it's Vic Moretti, Lucian Connolly, all these different characters. And I knew I'd reached a certain point in my writing career when I started getting fan mail that said, there really wasn't enough dog in the last book. So I made a concentrated effort to make sure that there was enough dog in this book. And it made for a different type of book, too, like that, because it was Walt and the dog an awful lot of the time. Like that. And they have a pretty humorous kind of relationship that kind of seems to work pretty well.
You bet. One last thing. So you're heading out on the book tour. May 27th, book drops. Everybody get it now. Advanced order, whatever you got to do. Return to Sender, the latest in the Longmire series. And you hit the road, 14 different states you're going through. What do you think about the book tour? Is that an obligation? Is it drudgery, or do you look forward to it?
I actually enjoy it, I guess. I don't know, it must be part Fuller brush salesman or something like that. I really kind of enjoy. I mean, I guess I always think about all the authors that never got the chance, to do what it is that we do. With the internet like that, it's great. You can do these Zoom calls and you can do these talks and all these kind of things, but nothing's ever going to be quite as good as somebody handing you your book and asking you to sign it for them, personalized and all of that. And the only way that you can really do that is if you're out there on tour like that. And a lot of the publishers have really cut back. Majority of authors do maybe about 9 or 10 stops like that. And that's about it like that. And I don't know, that's up to them like that. If they're happy with that, then that's great, but I'm not. This one actually has, I think, 24 stops, before I get finished up at the end of June, with a lot of them like that. And then one of them I'm excited about is on the 28th. I'll be down in Green River and Rock Springs, like at, not even counting like at Cheyenne and Casper, like that, and Sheridan and Gillette and all the others like that. But to go where the book actually takes place here at the end of June, that should be pretty exciting, I think. Like, and if I've got it right, I think that the sheriff down there is going to be doing the events with me, so that should be kind of interesting to see his take on whether it is I got it right or whether I got it wrong. Like that, because he makes a major appearance, and is a pretty good character like that in the book. Like that, so that'll be something to look forward to too.
And one thing you can probably count on wherever you encounter Craig Johnson at one of these book signings, his tour, is he's probably going to be smiling in his latest book. No, I won't give away any spoiler alert, but in the brand new book, Return to Sender, it begins and ends with the idea that nobody smiles anymore. But we're going to change that, Craig. You and I,
absolutely. Yeah, that's kind of one of the joys of writing the books, is like you were asking about, do I know the ending of each of the books? And to be honest, yep, the way they start, that's the way they end.
Excellent. Hey, thanks for coming on. Really appreciate it. I hope this one is
good to see you again.
Don't ever stop writing these. Good to see you again. I will get a haircut, I promise.
Get that hat off every once in a while. Take a look, see what's under there. You never can tell.
Will do. As scary as that might be for our viewers. Thanks, Craig.
Bye.
Cowboy State Daily with Jake continues right after these words. We'll be back with Kevin Meyer.
Hi, I'm U.S. Senator John Barrasso, and I'm teaming up with the Wyoming Center on Aging at the University of Wyoming for their campaign, Tough Enough to Know Your Numbers. May is National High Blood Pressure Education Month. It's a good time to learn and educate yourself on maintaining a healthy blood pressure. Hypertension or high blood pressure is when the force of the blood going through your blood vessels is consistently too high. If untreated, this can cause all sorts of major problems, including heart disease, a heart attack, or stroke. Now, you can help control your high blood pressure by staying active, keeping a healthy diet, and knowing the proper use of medications if needed. It's worth knowing your blood pressure numbers and talking with your healthcare provider about what is best for you.
Are you tough enough to know your numbers? You can check out a blood pressure cuff kit in all 23 counties and 67 libraries across the state of Wyoming.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
We all make choices. When it comes to alcohol, kids make choices whether to drink or not.
Bye, Dad.
Bye-bye.
Remember, I'm going to Alex's party tonight and sleeping over.
Have fun. Hey, have a seat for a second. Remind me about that party again?
Alex is just
And adults make choices whether to talk about it. That's true of parents and every other trusted adult in a kid's life. Kids want to know our expectations when it comes to alcohol and other drugs. They want guidance and honest answers to their questions. And it makes a difference when the message is consistent and part of everyday conversations. So talk with your kids and help lead them on a positive path. Because when you talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
I don't think many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
You're not going to get it all right. Just make sure you nail the big stuff, like making sure your kids are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat.
Back in the Zoom room, Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Tuesday. It's Kevin Meyer making horse sense of the world. Let's talk horse. Right off the bat, Kevin, how you doing this Tuesday?
Good. I just got off the airboat that I used to feed the horses this morning.
The airboat?
Airboat.
Oh, the airboat. Oh, yeah. You got some rain in Douglas?
Yeah, but luckily I'm glad that we live in a state where we still have a good chance of drought.
Yeah, there'll be a good, it's like a boom and bust state, both economy-wise and usually weather-wise. You got a whole bunch of rain when you don't want it, like sorry I prayed for this much rain. And then sure enough, there'll be a drought behind it, right? One day you're feeding horses, throwing hay from a canoe, and the next day the dust around the four-wheeler is, yeah, I hear you. But we need it. Good moisture, right?
Absolutely. I wouldn't have it any other way.
So this horse named Cowboy, standing in the middle of the Yellowstone River. this dummy. Kevin, we've all been there. The ranch, this horse walks off the property, and we've all had that call at 1 a.m. from the sheriff's office. Your horses are loose. There's nothing that wakes you up. No alarm clock wakes you up faster than that phone call. Your horses are out. Like, oh no. Where? In this case, the horse was out. The horse named Cowboy, and he's standing in the middle of the Yellowstone River and apparently doesn't want to move from there. I'm thinking he's there so long. I think he's there like a day. In fact, they leave him when they finally find the horse. He's standing in the Yellowstone River, Cowboy, and he's reluctant to move, and nightfall's coming, so they leave him there all night. They come back the next day and try to coax him out, and they cannot get him to walk to shore, even coaxing him with some food. And I'm thinking he's frozen, Kevin, like the Yellowstone River. 24 hours soaking in that. What does that do to a horse's legs?
Well, nothing good. I'm sure he was awfully hungry, but he was probably, like you say, hypothermic, and his legs was probably numb. So they're trying to lead him, and that we've all had a leg fall asleep and crawl out of bed and fall down because you can't walk on it and you're afraid to move it. So I can't imagine it would be any different with a horse. And the funny part about it is this is the kind of story that just goes to prove there's no such thing as a horse whisperer, because I don't think there's a single equine professional in this world that would ever be able to rationally describe why Cowboy decided to go out into the Yellowstone River and why he wouldn't come back out.
Cowboy. Yeah, and maybe we're going to have to update the old adage, you can lead a horse to water. Fill in the blank. You can lead you can lead a horse in what? Wait, he's already in the water. You can't lead him out of the water, I guess. I don't know, Cowboy. I don't know what got into him, but he's safe and sound. Yeah, all efforts to get him to walk out of the river pretty much unsuccessful, but
and now he has had one more helicopter ride than most of the people in this nation.
That's kind of fun. Yeah, they hooked him up. They sedated him a little just so he wouldn't get the idea that he was flying. But apparently, yeah, when they let him down on his home turf, he just went right to grazing like horses do. We've probably seen that. Horses that are 1 second from some kind of perilous situation, and either they're oblivious or they're just doing horse things. But whenever you rescue them from near death, near peril, usually the very next thing is they forgot all about it and they go back to eating.
They have pretty short memories sometimes, which leads me to a query. What are the chances that old Cowboy is going to be discovered out on that same sandbar here in about a week?
You tell me. You're the horse expert, because we were talking we weren't talking. I was talking the other day about a old time talk. You know, he was pre-talkies. Like he was a B Western actor from Wyoming, Montana area. And he was one of the few guys that when asked, you know, back in the day, Tom Mix or any of them cowboy guys, if you ask him a question about the horse, you answered with an answer that was more geared towards, you know, people who love your films, people who love horses. This guy, I forget who he was. He was asked about horses. He's like, horses are dumb. And maybe on that note, would Cowboy be right back out there in the middle of the river? Or would he learn from his mistake?
Well, it's like I always talk about, if a horse is so smart, people always complain about a barn sour horse, that they want to go home too fast. Well, if a horse was really, really smart, he'd understand that he was headed back to the house from the time he left it, because you're not going to ride to somebody else's house and leave him there. You're going to come back. So it's a different kind of intelligence, I suppose. And they are really smart animals, but no different than a really, really smart human. Sometimes they can do really dumb things. And that's how we get to the, what was it, $43 million that Wyomingites get scammed out of every year?
Yep.
Well, those people were smart enough to make that money to get scammed out of. So even the smartest individual, whether it be animal or human, has those moments.
Smart enough to acquire it and have it in the bank, and not smart enough to be able to hang on to it. Good point. And of all the stories I see of search and rescue, having to go get somebody out of the middle of a river, it's usually humans. It's rarely horses. So
yeah.
Humans, you know, humans 10, horses 1. Way to go, Cowboy. I don't know. Not his smartest move. He'll be playing that down for a while. Well, we gotta get out. I got Senator Lummis ready to come in.
You also have to make an appointment at the barber, because Sheriff Longmire just told you needed a haircut.
Definitely. Sheriff Longmire, get your haircut, kid. Get your haircut, freak.
Cowboy State Daily.
I agree.
Is all about Wyoming.
Oops.
Have a good one, my friend.
Thank you. You too. Appreciate you being on. Have a great Tuesday.
You do.
Cowboy State Daily is Kevin Meyer making horse sense of the world. Let's get a quick break and we'll get in here. U.S. Senator Cynthia Lummis on the show right after this.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I don't remember how it started.
Go to that.
Cowboy. Our back and forth. It always came back. Dad! You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Tuesday. U.S. Senator Cynthia Lummis joining the conversation momentarily. And we got a lot to talk about. Senator has a hard stop after, I don't know, we only have maybe 10 minutes with her. So we got to move through topics quickly. Yeah, I'm trying to work the Zoom room on my end. I'm not a good multitasker. No guys are good multitaskers. That's a woman thing. Guys focus on one thing. We get in our box, and that's all we can think about. But we're going to talk about Senate confirmations, Trump nominees for cabinet, sub-cabinet. He's been very successful with pushing through his committee nominations, his cabinet people, 54 total. And by the way, that's more than, from my understanding, more than we've seen since the Reagan administration. Anyway, let's pop into the Zoom room, talk to U.S. Senator Cynthia Lummis. So, Senator, I know we had some topics to discuss that we're going to get to, but right away, breaking news, the crypto bill. Is that a good news? We just found out about this yesterday.
Yes, Jake, that is really good news. This first bill is about stablecoins. Stablecoins are a little bit like a digital traveler's check. As you know, the state of Wyoming is looking at issuing its own stablecoin. They are 100% US dollar backed, either in the form of US treasuries or some other hard assets. And it makes it faster and cheaper for people to transmit money. So it's really important as we're entering an age where so many things are done digitally. When you think about it, your own credit card is a little bit like a digital asset in that you're just using a piece of plastic. You never see the money you're transmitting. So that's almost like digital. The next step in digital is doing it faster and cheaper, which is way better for individuals, for retail businesses. So we're excited that it passed. It was a Herculean effort. We have been locked in rooms with the other party for days on end, trying to satisfy them to the merits of this bill. And finally, last night, we moved forward.
Good. That's good news. Now, is Wyoming's push for stable coin, and is it become a race against, I know the president is very much crypto and maybe have his own stable coin ideas. Are they mutually exclusive? Can we do both?
Absolutely, we can do both. In fact, Wyoming can issue its own stablecoin whether or not this federal legislation passes.
That's good news. Let's talk about Senate confirmation of cabinet, sub-cabinet nominees by President Trump. He really wanted to come in with a whole team of people. We heard about a lot of nominees, giving us an idea of the numbers involved, how many people have been confirmed by Senate, and what kind of success that has meant now in the first 100 days.
Well, it's been monumental, the amount of work the Senate has done to confirm his nominees. In fact, the Senate has set a record that goes back to, I think, the Nixon administration in terms of moving quickly to get a president's cabinet in place and begin to confirm some of its less prominent positions. So in the first 100 days, we set a record. We're continuing to push on that. And it's arduous for this reason. The Democrats, or whoever is in the minority, has a right to expend a lot of floor time between nominees. And the Democrats are not giving up any time. They're using all the time that is awarded to them under Senate rules, which slows the process down. So that's why the Senate has been in session at length. That's why our workdays extend into the night with some frequency. And that's why I've been asked, well, why aren't the senators doing town hall meetings like Harriet Hageman is? And the answer is because we're in Washington voting on noms. And of course, the House doesn't have to do that. So we're still voting on nominees today. Last night, we moved forward. First, you have to do a motion to proceed, and then you vote on the nominee. So, for example, last night, we voted on the ambassador to France and Monaco. And today we'll have more noms. And you have to go every 2 hours between what we call these lesser noms. It's a much longer time between cabinet secretaries, but thankfully we've got them all done.
Nomination process really, it's complex and it's slow, even when it's working well, but the feet dragging. And we'll talk about Brian Nesvik in a minute when you talk about feet dragging. But one success story, I think, is we finally got somebody heading Social Security Administration. People are worried about Social Security. We just had confirmation May 6th. Do we have the right guy? Are we on the right track here?
I do believe we have the right guy. And I also want to assure people that are on Social Security that your benefits will not be cut. There are ways to improve the financial stability of Social Security without affecting benefits. And some of the things that were identified by Elon Musk and Doge including recipients of Social Security that are older than any living person. So that's fraudulent, and we can cut out the fraud, the waste and abuse, and set up systems that make it more efficient to receive your Social Security check. But I want to reiterate, Jake, that there will be no reduction in benefits.
That's reassuring. We're talking to U.S. Senator Cynthia Lummis, Wyoming. Brian Nesvik, we know this guy, former Game and Fish commissioner, director. What's going on with the Fish and Wildlife Service? We hear he's going to be our next director. There's been a little bit of pushback. Where are we in a vote here?
His, to my knowledge, his confirmation will occur in June. I continue to push on that one. We have been in session now for 4 straight weeks after the Easter recess. We'll go into the Memorial Day week in recess. And then when we get back on June 1st or 2nd, we'll plow into the month of June. I'm hopeful that his nomination will reach the Senate floor in June. He is tremendously qualified. His confirmation hearing was fabulous. He shines. His expertise is readily apparent when he speaks. And so I'm very hopeful that we can tee him up in June.
Senator, President Trump ran largely a campaign on the economy and being able to get a handle on inflation, grocery prices escalating. Are we doing that?
Yes, inflation has slowed to its lowest level of increase in a very long time. So we're heading in the right direction, but we're not there yet. So we have to continue President Trump's agenda, which is to expedite permitting, produce more oil, gas, coal, uranium, and rare earth minerals, to integrate more power, meaning energy, into our portfolio. We need to be able to export energy and become energy dominant. We need the president to sign his tariff agreements with other countries so we get back to a stable and understandable point of view with regard to tariffs. There will be tariffs. The money from tariffs will help reduce inflation. The stability that comes from our tariffing other countries to the same rate that they tariff us makes for a more level playing field. So many, and you've probably noticed, I certainly have, that the price of eggs has gone down since January. So the cabinet is very focused on that, and we're making progress. But I think everyone understands that you don't snap your fingers and have an instant recovery from an inflationary economy. But we're doing everything we can as quickly as we can to reduce inflation and make it easier to live from paycheck to paycheck.
2 more quick things, Senator. We know you got a busy schedule. Your work on behalf of veterans, certainly notable. VA Secretary Doug Collins, you had a town hall of sorts with him. You're working on behalf of veterans, men and women who have signed up to protect this country. And when their time is done, they should be taken care of. Their access to health care, for instance. I mean, we've got to do all we can do for veterans, and you're doing that.
Thank you. You are so right. When I was in the U.S. House of Representatives, my chief of staff was Tucker Fagan. Tucker had been the wing commander at F.E. Warren Air Force Base. By the way, yesterday was Tucker's birthday, so I want to give a shout out to Tucker Fagan. Happy birthday. But Tucker used to always remind me that we make an unspoken contract with the people who sign up to serve our country, that if they take care of us during their service in the military, which is a real sacrifice for them, they are not highly compensated, and their families are paying a personal sacrifice as well because they're separated so much during service. We owe them, when they are veterans, to make sure that their veterans services, especially medical care, is well administered and that they are well taken care of. And so that's always stuck with me, that Tucker sort of drilled that into my heart. And we're trying to do that. Now, I served in the U.S. House with Doug Collins, and he is he's a man of faith. He was a military chaplain. He's highly qualified and he cares so deeply for veterans. It was really an honor. It's the first time that John Barrasso and I have had a guest outside of our delegation on a telephone town hall meeting. And it was fun. The Wyoming veterans really participated and spoke to him about what's working at our VA medical facilities and the delivery of healthcare services and other benefits to veterans. And Secretary Collins really took it to heart. So it was a fun dialogue. I think that it was well received by Wyoming veterans.
Senator Lummis, if you don't like the speed with which noms have been moving on the Senate floor, remind Senator Barrasso he has a whip. I don't know. I don't know what you have to spur things along, but yeah.
Jake, he not only has a whip, he has a whip from King's Ropes in Sheridan, Wyoming.
So watch out. Yeah, we can move things along. Thank you for the work you do on behalf of Americans and Wyomingites especially. Senator Lummis, thanks for being on.
Thanks so much, Jake. Great to see you.
Have a great Tuesday. Cowboy State Daily Show continues. What do we got time for? I'm going to take a quick weather check with Don Day. Let's do that.
Well, the storm system that brought rain and, yes, for some of you, snow over the last 24 hours is going to move slowly into the upper Midwest by later today. But the slow movement of the storm will keep a rather brisk, chilly, windy forecast for Wyoming today. There will be some scattered rain showers and isolated thunderstorms, especially in the central, the west, and the north. Lesser chances in the south. A cold northwest wind will blow, and temperatures again today are going to be chilly. Now, we'll see a gradual warming trend as we get into Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Not a rapid warm-up, but temperatures will rebound in many areas back to the 60s, even maybe the lower 70s by the end of the week. And with the warmer temperatures, expect partly cloudy skies and occasionally, Wednesday through Friday, some afternoon and evening scattered thunderstorm activity.
Well, yeah, looking like spring. Many communities have enough water, but we can always use more, I suppose. We'll take a quick top of the hour news break. Cowboy State Daily Show continues on this Tuesday. Stay with us.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. A new law that becomes active July 1st requires Wyoming agencies to investigate land transfers near critical infrastructures, such as power plants and military bases. It's designed to curb sales in sensitive zones to foreign adversaries and the companies they own. But Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the Wyoming legislature may need to back up its demand for tight monitoring of land sales around critical infrastructures with money.
The surveys are coming in from the county emergency management people, like what's critical in that county, and it's amounting to like 15% of Wyoming would include those lands. The analyst from Wyoming Office of Homeland Security was like, whoa, for us to investigate land sales in these areas, and then if we have a reasonable suspicion there's a threat, we have to investigate who's involved in those land sales. This is going to take more than my office of 2 people, and we should stand up a streamlined software system that's going to cost money.
The Wyoming Office of Homeland Security is now formulating its request for proposal description so that it can generate more detailed bids to bring before the legislature ahead of its 2026 budget session. There are about 4,300 coal miners in Wyoming. In 2022, Wyoming reported 25 cases of a disease called black lung among its coal miners. But the Department of Government Efficiency earlier this year decided to close 34 mine safety offices in 19 states while placing all 25 members of a team of healthcare workers protecting coal miners on administrative leave. A miner named Henry Wiley, though, has filed a federal lawsuit, and Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that because of the suit, a federal judge has blocked the firings and ordered the restoration of the program that screens miners for the disease.
They had a service that would come out to Wyoming and screen Wyoming miners for black lung, which is a terrible condition that is caused by inhaling year after year coal dust, and it settles in your lungs and won't get out. Well, it was cut in the current Doge cutting climate that we're in, and coal miners in West Virginia took notice to the point where one of them sued.
In 2011, there were over 7,000 miners working in Wyoming, and though there's been a gradual decline in the mining workforce since, Wyoming remains the state doing the most, financially speaking, to address the problem of black lung. Thomas Chant's family has ranched for generations in Sweetwater County, and he always knew that the woven wire fence his grandfather installed to contain sheep was problematic for wildlife, particularly antelope. Things came to a head during the terrible winter of 2022-23 when a massive pileup of wind-driven snow made it even more difficult for antelope, deer, and elk to move around and find food. But Champ told Outdoors reporter Mark Hines that a coalition of wildlife agencies and conservation groups is replacing roughly 24 miles of the old fence with wildlife-friendly fencing that's much easier for animals to crawl under or jump over.
The Wyoming Migration Initiative, the Wildlife Trust Fund, as well as Wyoming Game and Fish Department, they pulled out the old woven wire fence and then put in what they call wildlife-friendly fence. As it applies to antelope, it's got smooth wire on the bottom so they can crawl under it.
Replacing the woven wire fence with fencing more passable for antelope gave the animals access to 10,000 acres of habitat that they couldn't get to previously. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Did you know it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below? This is Jan Warren, Executive Director for One Call of Wyoming. We will be hosting workshops around the state to educate homeowners, realtors, landscapers, underground facility owners, and excavators on the state law, industry best practices when it comes to planting a tree, building a fence, or any other excavation project you have planned. Join us for a free breakfast, get your questions answered, and learn how One Call of Wyoming is here to help. Go to onecallofwyoming.com and register today.
The Yellowstone County Sheriff's Office in Montana airlifted a horse to safety this weekend after it got stranded in the middle of the Yellowstone River south of Billings. Cowboy, the horse, had escaped from his owner's property and ended up standing knee-high in the Yellowstone River. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that with no other way to get him back to shore, rescuers hitched the horse to a helicopter and carried him over the river.
In less than an hour, the helicopter was there, lifted the horse. The horse spent a minute in the air, which it was not happy about, and then it was safely landed on shore and reunited with its owner. So really quick, easy, and professional rescue to get this horse back to safety.
Officials say the rescue of Cowboy was a lot smoother and easier thanks to the Yellowstone County Sheriff's Office Air Support On Call. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
I'm Christopher Holton. I'm very active. It was a Saturday morning. Normally I go for my normal walk.
With no warning, Chris suffered a near-fatal heart attack. But thankfully, Brian Buckley, a bystander, saw him collapse and rushed to help.
He did this big gasp for air and then just stopped. It's like I went into autopilot. It's like all that training I did back in the day around CPR just magically came out of nowhere.
Because of the CPR training that Brian received, Chris did make it and didn't die on the trail that day. CPR training provided by the American Heart Association.
Looking at your hands, these two hands could save a life.
Being a father, you want to be around. You want to be around for your kids.
Heart disease is America's #1 killer. To learn more about how the American Heart Association helps save lives, go to helpheart.org.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jay continues on a Tuesday. Yeah. Good to have you along with us. Hello, Cheyenne, Laramie. On the radio. Hello, Riverton, Jackson. We're coming to you live on the radio across the Cowboy State. That's good news. You can also catch us on demand when you're ready to run it back at your favorite podcast platform. You can hear and see the show on YouTube, Facebook Live, and X, as well as the Cowboy State homepage, Cowboy State Daily. So many ways to join the show. You have no excuse. And joining the show right now, this young lady, it's Renee Jean, pops onto the scene. Jean's on the scene. Hi, Renee. What's your Tuesday looking like?
It looks like another busy day.
I'll bet.
All the days are always busy.
Well, we might be short-staffed. What's going on? The Cheyenne National Weather Service, I know Don Day is a little bit worried, the fact that they're not going to be 24/7 anymore. They're going to go to sleep at night, just like the weather does, right?
Right.
Your story about the shuttering, at least at night, of the Cheyenne National Weather Service. What is it going to mean? The radar continues to operate, but there's nobody there to report on it?
Well, so what's going to happen, my understanding is Riverton will still be open 24/7. They'll take any calls that go to the Cheyenne office overnight. Those will be forwarded. I think Don's concern is more about the radar doesn't see everything that's happening. If you get below a certain miles, if you get too close to the earth, and actually it's a few miles, as much as 5 miles above the earth, if it's under that threshold, the radar can't necessarily see what's happening. And so part of forecasting still relies on that boots on the ground. People who are looking out their window and can see what's happening. They're looking at the data. They're not just looking at data and making decisions. They're also checking reality on the ground to verify what's coming out is really real. And Don says really weather forecasting is just not to that point where it can be totally automated. It requires that human element to it, which we will not have for 8 hours every night. So he's concerned about less accurate forecasts, but also shortening that window of time where we warn people, hey, a tornado is bearing down on you in 30 minutes. That's not a lot of time to get yourself together and get somewhere safe. That could become even less time if, it takes more time to figure out what's going on and radar doesn't see something. People may only get 5 or 10 minutes warning. When I was in North Dakota, a tornado hit Watford City. No radar saw it because the nearest radar was in Bismarck, and underneath for that 5 mile mark, it couldn't see it. So that happened. They got like 10 minutes warning to get out. Obviously, a lot of people were hurt. Some people were killed. A baby was killed. So that time, even though weather forecasting isn't necessarily 100% accurate all the time, but it's different with tornadoes. You're looking at something on the radar or you're looking at something in the sky that's coming at you. And making that warning time longer is really super important.
Weather's not always life and death, but it sometimes is. And Don Day, he's on this show every day, every morning, and he talks about, the more data he can get, the better the weather forecast. And some of the data is not it's not radar driven, because that has its blind spots, and it's not all AI and computer models. Sometimes it's eyes on, human element. A lot goes into doing weather. And when meteorologists are crippled a little bit by losing a tool here, and in this case, Cheyenne National Weather Service Cheyenne base are killing the overnight shift, means a lot to guys like Don Day.
Yeah. And they're saying it's a staffing shortage. There's just not enough meteorologists. But Tom Fahey, the guy that represents the employees union with NOAA, tells me that 600 people have left in the last 90 days. So those are all meteorologist types. That's really what's behind this shortage that's causing these overnight closures. We've lost 55 of these overnight. 55 of the forecast offices are now closed overnight. So that leaves other offices to pick up the slack, right? Well, if you have widespread weather events, what's happening there is sometimes people may be spread a little too thinly. That was another of Don's concerns is you've got one person making life and death decisions now, not just for the Riverton area that they used to cover, but also the Southeast Wyoming region that they haven't covered before. They don't have that on the ground knowledge about the geological features that affect the weather. That's a component in making forecasts and understanding what's happening with the weather. And then plus, they're trying to make too many decisions for too many places at once can be pretty stressful and mistakes get made.
Because of weather-related budget cuts, as Don pointed out, today would have been mostly sunny and warm, but it's going to be rainy and cold. That's what you get when you cut money. No, that's not true. I said that, not Renee. Renee, your story, more importantly, your photograph. You are now my favorite photographer. Your lead photograph for the story, Little Snake River students get hands-on in a new $1.7 million livestock center. I love this Little Snake River School in Bags. I love the idea of doing ag and getting your head out of a textbook and getting hands-on. And what's more hands-on than this young student who's her face, she's holding a little fuzzy newborn chick. And this shot, this photo tells it all, tells the whole story. This is what it's like for these students to learn in a real way. Wow.
Yeah, when the kids hit the door of that facility, they just made a beeline for those chicks to look in on them, see how they were doing. And that was just kind of so cute. Little chicks and little students learning from each other, I guess.
I did notice, though, this same student didn't want any part of seeing chicks that were stillborn or never got out of the egg. They were showing one that, for whatever reason, didn't peck its way out, and she was far away. But
she was opening the door so that
I thought she was running off.
Those eggs smelled pretty bad.
Oh, that's one thing that's hard to convey in the story. But you did mention that there was a smell.
They were smelly.
What is it about Brett Miller, the vocational agricultural teacher? He's trying to do things a different way, and I like it.
Well, I think, what is it about Bags? I mean, this is a tiny town. I've written about it before, doing big things. I love those kind of stories, where, you live in a big town or a small town, but that doesn't mean you can't dream big. It doesn't mean you can't do big things. And I think that's so important for our country as a whole. When our small towns can't do anything, we've got a real problem, because small towns are what our country was built on. And so I'd love to see that this tiny town of Bags has a agriculture center to rival a much bigger city like Cheyenne. I mean, granted, Cheyenne's got more money, they've got more buildings, but this is a pretty cool place. It's high tech. They've got the ability to broadcast their laboratories out across the state. Anybody in Wyoming could theoretically sit in on a lab if they had an interest, so they could connect up with other smaller schools that don't have a lab, and they could kind of, get some learning. They could sit in on experts that come in to talk to these students. And then the space for kids who don't live on a ranch to raise an animal and learn what that's all about is really cool, I think. And that was a component, a requirement of the grant was facilities that help kind of even the playing field a little bit, make sure that all students have opportunities to learn. This gives folks who don't live on a ranch that opportunity to raise some goats, a pig, and then they have to exhibit that in the county fair. So it's a great learning experience. And the kids get to do a lot of hands-on stuff. They learn to vaccinate goats, raise chickens. Then it's integrated with their other vocational ag classes like shop. The shop is building a chicken coop for this place. So it's a lot of, cross learning there, cross training, I guess you could say. And it's really helping prepare any of these kids who are interested in careers in agriculture for figuring out what they want to do.
This innovative livestock center available for Little Snake River students is highlighted in your story, but the overarching theme of so many of your stories, Renee, is just what you said. Little towns doing big things. I love that. Way to go, Bags. You may notice if you're on the video portion, if you're able to tune in on any of our, YouTube, Facebook, or X, Renee's wearing no jewelry. She sold it all. Or you were tempted, the price of gold being what it is. What did you learn?
No, I didn't sell my sentimental pieces of jewelry at all. And I mentioned that in the story. I hope they kept that in there because I didn't want people to think that I sold that. But I did take it in there so I could see the process. How does this work? If somebody wants to sell their jewelry, what are the things to know? And so I thought the best way to do that is just grab that little pile of sentimental jewelry that I've got and see what's what.
Yeah, turns out, and is it all, you talked to this one guy and he's seen an uptick for sure. And how many people are bringing stuff in just to feel it out because price of gold is up.
Yeah, it's been, record-setting prices for gold. A lot of times when the price of gold is going up, there's fear on the streets. The markets are down, stocks are down. People are looking for a place to park their cash that they think will hold value. In this case, it's different, Jake. It's not. Consumers are by and large sellers right now. They are selling their gold jewelry, their gold coins, they're cashing in. We've reached record highs for gold at 3,500 was a record. It's down a little bit from where it was. But what's driving the price of gold right now are governments. Governments are stockpiling gold. The US, Germany, China, we're buying up gold and importing it into our countries. Central banks are doing that. It's a very interesting trend to watch.
I thought you were going to say what's driving the price of gold is people are trading their gold in so they can buy a carton of eggs, but it's all economy driven. But yeah, Warren Buffett, other countries, read the writing on the wall. A lot of folks are stocking up on gold. I don't know why that might be.
Well, it's not the consumers doing that. It's the central banks. It's the government. Governments are doing that, and that is unusual. That's something to watch.
Okay, let's switch gears. Two more things, Renee. Beartooth Basin, first time in 3 years they're going to be open, and a lot of folks are checking their calendars saying, wait a minute, open, it's May. Yeah, opening day for Beartooth Basin. They ski in the summer here.
And they are the only ski resort in North America that's not open in the winter, but open in the summer. They are exclusively a summer ski resort. And it's fleeting, they're not open for too long. They'll be closed by July 4th, most likely before July 4th. They will be open as long as the snow lasts, kind of thing.
Yeah.
But I think it's a really fun place. It's got some cool history. It was started by some Olympic ski instructors who wanted a place that they could train for the Olympics, help train Olympic skiers during the summer. And so that's its history. It is for experts only. This is not a beginner's
yeah.
area.
And in the winter, it's not for lack of snow. They got snow in the winter. They got too much. You just can't get to the resort, but more accessible in summer. Yeah.
Yeah, they probably have great skiing in the winter if you can get there.
Well, darn you, Renee. Now I need an alpaca. It was the animal I didn't think I need. I already have a cat that just wandered in, and I've taken him in, and now I got to have an alpaca. They're so cute and kind of useful in the West. They're becoming really popular.
Yeah, and this is the investment you can hug, I guess, theoretically, if they will let you. But they are pretty skittish. I kind of walked all of the pens. I was looking for a Wyoming alpaca producer, didn't find a single one. And I tried to pet a couple of the alpacas who would rush up to see me, oh, a human, what have you got? Any snack? But as soon as I would reach out to touch the fur or pet them on the head, they would scoot away so fast. And then they would stare at me like, what are you doing?
They're probably not so much scared. They're just able to ascertain you were without treat. And they're like, you're of no use to me. But they're cool looking critters. And I know people who really like them. They make great companions. If you're a livestock, if you have sheep or whatever, alpacas are a nice companion animal. They're pretty neat.
They're just so cute. And then what I found interesting is these little piles of fur that I kept seeing around the event, and they look so soft and fluffy. And I thought, I've touched wool before, and I know what that feels like right after it's shorn off the animal. It's not soft, it's sticky, it's tacky, it's got all that lanolin in it. So I went up there to touch it just to see, and I was amazed. It's just as soft as it looks. There's no lanolin in this fur. Alpacas don't have that sticky, tacky lanolin. The guy I talked to that was making yarn out of it said he doesn't even have to wash it first. He can just directly turn it into yarn. And that's pretty cool, actually.
An asset you can hug. Try that with your crypto or your gold. Yeah. It's the asset that loves you back. Maybe if your hand's got a treat in it.
Yeah.
Great stories, Renee. Have a wonderful Tuesday.
Okay, you too.
Cowboy State Daily Show continues here right after this quick break. We got more to do, lots more. So hang with us.
To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story, will crow about Crowheart, and yodel over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, 10 Sleep, good morning. Welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Meet Norm. He lives with anxiety, but with the help of this latest innovation from Be Normal, he can be normal, just like everyone else. With the swipe of a finger, you can project happiness, confidence, machismo. Why settle for being real when you can be normal? The Normal Maker. New from Be Normal. This item doesn't really work because there's no such thing as normal. We're all different. What we like, how our brains work. In fact, 1 in 5 of us live with mental illness. Don't filter who you are. Start by talking to someone you trust. And remember, there is no normal.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path.
So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
Love is a lesson that doesn't end. It knows no conditions, so you better buckle in. Love keeps you on your toes. It never stops, only grows. Love isn't easy. It's a commitment, especially when they're being their most resistant. Love is being prepared for the journey ahead. Love doesn't let any concerns go unsaid. Love is finding the right seat so you can take a breath. But remember, love isn't lax. It always double checks. Check that your kids are in the right seat at nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Love protects.
I knew it. I knew it. That U.S. Navy aircraft carrier that lost a total of 3 multi-million-dollar Hornet jets, it's been recalled. Time to face the music. I've been having a lot of fun with this story. I'm sad to see it end. It seemed like every week the USS Harry Truman lost a plane off the deck of the aircraft carrier. Now, I'm no Navy SEAL. I'm no Navy expert. I have no military experience whatsoever. But I was under the impression the first and foremost assignment of whoever captains an aircraft carrier is to make sure all the aircraft stay on the deck. Unless they're taking off and going somewhere. But I mean, you don't want the jets falling off. And over the last few weeks, we've seen stories about these $68 million Hornet jets. It's a fancy, the FA-18 Super Hornet fighter jets, estimated to cost about $60 million a piece. I've seen that upwards of $68 million. Whatever. They're expensive. This isn't like crashing your Subaru off a mountain pass. This is like a $60 million taxpayer money jet that is at the bottom of the Red Sea right now. Not one of them, not 2, 3. That's, let me do the math here. 1, 2, 3. Let me get the calculator. 60 times 3. It's like, my math skills are bad. Jake's doing the math thing. Watch out. Smoke alert. My smoke detector is going to go off here. 120. No, that's only 2. $180 million worth of Hornet is in the ocean. And I said, whoever is El Capitan of the USS Harry S. Truman, he's going to have to be addressed by whoever's higher up the food chain. I don't know how many stripes the captain of the Harry S. Truman's got, but somebody's got more stripes. And I imagine that somebody is in the Pentagon right now going, get me the captain of the Harry S. Truman, who is, I'm sure his name is buried somewhere in this story. But the news is the Truman's departure. The Truman has been ordered back to the United States from the Red Sea, leaving only one aircraft carrier now patrolling the Middle East. That would be the USS Carl Vinson, which has a better understanding of the importance of keeping the Hornets on the deck of the aircraft carrier. Who is the... They don't even mention the captain because whoever it is what's the next thing down from being the captain of the ship? I mean, this guy's going to be swabbing the deck here pretty soon because the buck stops with the captain, right? I mean, the captain of this aircraft carrier has to answer to why $180 million worth of jet is in the ocean now and not on the aircraft carrier. A U.S. defense official told Business Insider yesterday that the Truman had left the Red Sea, was now in the Mediterranean Sea, and on its way home. It's unclear when exactly the aircraft carrier will be back in its home port of Norfolk, Virginia. But you can imagine that the recall is in order to give a dressing down to the captain saying, you realize how much in jets you've cost the American taxpayer? We can't blame it all on the one guy. These are three different incidents. One of them, my favorite, is the one jet that fell off the deck of the aircraft carrier due to the aircraft carrier taking evasive maneuvers when encountering Yemen fire. The Houthi rebels of Yemen, you talk about punching above your weight. I mean, this is a collection of hooligans. They got some stuff, but they don't have near the firepower or the tech. Yet they've been able to harass our jets, like with anti-aircraft fire. They've been successful in causing this aircraft carrier to take evasive maneuvers from the Yemen Houthi rebels. They were shooting at an aircraft carrier. Boy, the balls on these rebels. Seriously. Shooting at an aircraft carrier, causing the USS Harry S. Truman to take evasive action. Now, this is an aircraft carrier. This ain't no jet ski. I mean, the evasive maneuver in an aircraft carrier, you could watch it in real time and you'll wonder if you're not looking at the slow motion replay. I mean, could you even tell an aircraft carrier was taking evasive maneuvers? But somehow the evasive maneuvers of this aircraft carrier caused a jet to fall off the deck. I mean, this boat was shifting so fast that a Super Hornet fell off. Come on. I heard that story and I thought, it's time for the captain to go back and talk to a general or whoever's the next guy up the food chain. You can't keep dropping FA-18 Super Hornet fighter jets off the deck of this thing without having to answer to somebody wearing more stripes and stars than you are. I knew it. I told you. Little old Jake sitting in the middle of nowhere, Wyoming, with a radio show that, well, I don't want to say nobody's listening to. A few thousand people. Certainly the Pentagon isn't listening to it. But I told you, DC. I knew that was coming. Here's other stories we're looking at. I'm going to get back to the Cowboy State Daily state news, but first, for those of you doing any kind of international traveling, would you like to know the world's most powerful passports in 2025? They've been ranked by Insider magazine, the world's most powerful passports. And guess what? United States is not among the top. the U.S. passport. In fact, it barely cracks the top 10. And I say powerful by meaning what your passport, where it allows you to travel. Some passports are not good enough to visit certain countries. They require a visa in addition to your passport. So what passport holds the most power? United States, by the way, ranked tied for 10th. With a U.S. passport, you can access an estimated 182 countries. That's tied for 10th, along with 2 other countries' passports. The most robust, the most powerful passport in the world, when you slap that passport down, it's like a golden ticket. Top spot belongs to Singapore. I thought Singapore was a city. I didn't even know it was a country. Is Singapore a country? Let me ask the Googler. Singapore. Let me ask Siri. Singapore is... oh, yeah, it is a country. I thought it was a city. It must be small. Singapore is the only country in Asia with a AAA sovereign credit rating. Yeah, it's also identified as a popular tax haven. Okay, so it's kind of like the Canary Islands. What is Singapore famous for? For being a city. Blend of culture, tourist attractions, cleanliness, efficient infrastructure. Okay, yeah, Singapore is a country. Wow, the things you learn. And it has, if you have a Singapore passport, that is the most powerful passport in the year 2025. It allows you to visit 193 countries. For instance, if you have a U.S. passport, don't think of visiting Brazil, Australia, or India with just your passport. You're going to need to secure a visa in addition. Not so with the Singapore passport. So yeah, ranking the most powerful passports of 2025, Singapore, top spot, taking over that spot from Japan, which had previously held the most powerful passport. That falls to number 2 in a tie with South Korea. Japan and South Korea passports allow you to access 190 countries without a visa. There, just so you know. This story from Claire McFarland. Interesting. A drug dealer wants his fatal fentanyl overdose conviction overturned. This is a Grable man accused of manslaughter for dealing fentanyl pills that led to another man's overdose in 2023. The drug dealer, convicted drug dealer, by the way, says he got bad advice from his then attorney, and he wants his 15 to 20-year prison sentence overturned and a chance at a new trial or a new plea deal. Here's what happened. Anthony Fuentes, 38-year-old, is asking District Court Judge Bill Simpson to undo his previous conviction, which, by the way, he would have to undo the Alford plea, which we learned not long ago from Claire McFarland, is a variation of a guilty plea, sort of like a no contest, but a little more powerful. A no contest, but a little more guilt admitting, if I'm ballparking it right. If the judge grants the request, the state can go back to prosecuting him, or Fuentes could strike a new plea agreement. But his previous Alford plea, which put him in prison for 15 to 20 years, he says he didn't mean to do that. He wants a do-over. He says, that's not what I meant to do. I had a bad attorney who gave me some bad advice. Jordan Jackson, by the way, is the victim, found dead in his apartment January 2nd, 2023 from a fentanyl overdose. He was just 25 years old. The fentanyl was It was counterfeit oxycodone pills laced with fentanyl that was the demise of Mr. Jackson. Meanwhile, the original attorney is who Fuentes said the Alford plea, he never meant to do it. He said his original attorney, Christina Sherney, led him astray and counseled him to plead to a crime that doesn't exist. He now has a new attorney, and they're looking for a reopening of that case. Claire McFarland has that story. Also, this one from Claire McFarland: state mandate to investigate land sales around critical sites will take money, and maybe a lot of it. A law mandating Wyoming investigate land sales that occur near infrastructure, critical infrastructure, takes effect July 1st. But careful what you wish for, careful what laws you vote in. Investigating these sales and whether foreign adversaries are driving them will take money. You might remember, you might recall back in the legislative session, the law was passed saying that Wyoming would look into land sales, real estate sales that took place near critical infrastructure, defined as maybe a bridge, a communications tower, certainly, a dam, any real estate that's near or adjacent to a critical infrastructure. The new law would make sure that Wyoming looked into whether who was buying. Was it a regular Joe? Was it somebody from Wyoming, or was it somebody from, let's say, North Korea, using a variety of LLCs and shell companies to hide the fact of where they were from? To dig into that and to ascertain land sales, potential land sales, real estate transactions were on the up and up and not a foreign adversary, that would cost a lot of money, and it would be a lot of legwork. Office of Homeland Security told lawmakers Monday that Wyoming may have no idea what it's going to cost to do this, and it could be like beyond the pale. Let me get some quotes, some people quoted in this article from Claire McFarland. Let's talk about Brian Erickson, Wyoming Office of Homeland Security. He's the critical infrastructure analyst. He told the Legislative Joint Judiciary Committee during its Monday meeting in Torrington, saying the land identified near critical infrastructure is, quote, what he said, a lot of land. He said that's a lot of land. Committee co-chair Art Washut, Republican Casper, remarked also to the committee. He said, I think the legislation was well intended, but I'm not sure most of us were thinking of every communications tower in the state, every irrigation dam, and so forth as being critical infrastructure. When we voted for this in the legislature, we kind of didn't have in mind critical infrastructure as being all these different places. And by the time you add them all up, I guess it might be beyond what Wyoming can afford to do. Interesting story, interesting food for thought for Claire McFarland's story. Check it out, the Cowboy State Daily. It's headlined, State Mandate to Investigate Land Sales Around Critical Sites Will Take Money. Check it out, Cowboy State Daily. We'll take one more last break and ride for the home stretch right after this.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily news team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
The climate that we're operating under has everyone on the defensive.
You see a person and you automatically put them in a box and say, well, this is what this person should be like.
All of this ostracizing people, what are we afraid of?
We're called to love one another. It can't be, I reject you as a person.
This country's been through so much. Its people has been through so much. Why can't we fix this?
Do we have issues we have to deal with? Yes, we do. But we're not going to be able to deal with them if we're fighting and yelling at each other and not listening.
Yeah, she has an accent. Oh gosh, she dressed funny, but we're talking the same thing. Mm-hmm. We're all concerned about our children, concerned about the world we live in.
A lot of people wouldn't even think we should be here talking to each other, but I'm sorry, I disagree.
Year after year, we continue to serve new neighbors across our state.
For over 40 years, our trust in wealth management services have grown our roots in Casper.
And now we're excited to have offices in 3 Wyoming cities.
We're here to help you achieve your financial goals
and provide the kind of service that you expect from a Wyoming business.
Because at Hilltop Bank, community means Wyoming.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jay continues on a Tuesday. Our favorite trucker, Daryl Orr, he's been with us all morning. Daryl says the captain of the USS Harry S. Truman, the aircraft carrier that's headed back to Norfolk, Virginia, with its tail between its legs, tuck tail, heading back to the U.S. after losing 3 expensive jets. Daryl says he'll have to deal with the fleet admiral. That doesn't sound good. And I was looking to see how many. There are 5 Navy fleet admirals that the captain of the USS Harry Truman may have to deal with. He's probably already had a teleconference with one of them, but he's going to have to go stand behind a giant oak desk belonging to either William Leahy, Ernest King, Chester Nimitz, or William Halsey Jr. Those are the 5. Well, those are only 4. Well, that's 4 of them anyway. Yeah, that doesn't sound like it'd be a fun thing. By the way, Daryl says hello from, he's on the road, Daryl Orr, our favorite trucker. He's in Meteor Crater, Arizona. Daryl, make sure while you're there to stop by the Turquoise Room in Winslow to get one of the best lunch you'll ever have. Winslow, Arizona, made famous in Eagles music fame. Your meteor crater, Arizona, is just west of Winslow. So if you're headed to Winslow, make sure you stop at the Turquoise Room. Today's broadcast of the show has been mainly me talking to Daryl Orr and him talking to me. I hope that's been an enjoyable 4 hours of entertainment. I think it was fun. But we did manage to squeeze in this guy named Craig Johnson who wrote the Longmire series. He's got a new one coming out you've got to read. I got an advanced copy and I just started it. It's riveting. It's called Return to Sender. The old Elvis Presley song. Return to Sender. Address unknown. Is he the first one that ever sang that? Return to Sender. Let's see who wrote it. Elvis has made it famous in 1962. Return to Sender. No such zone. Return to Sender. Elvis was featured in his film Girls, 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 written by Winfield Scott and Otis Blackwell. And I think he was the first guy to do it. It's probably been done a million times, but yeah, Return to Sender dropped on October 2nd, 1962. Care to guess the B-side? There's a trivia question for you. The B-side of Return to Sender, Elvis Presley. Where do you come from? Never heard of it. Return to Sender, by the way, clocks in at a very efficient 2 minutes and 9 seconds. That's all you need to make a song. If you're much more than 2.5 minutes on a song, it's too long. I've lost interest. Good old country songs and good old pop songs, 2 minutes, 2.5 tops, and your message should be out there. Everything can't be The Wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald. Everything can't be Bohemian Rhapsody. We need some 2-minute pop songs that just are in, out, done, and they stuck in your ear for 2 days. And they only lasted 2 minutes. What else do I have to get to today? I feel this is a tough tightrope to walk if you're a Republican right now, because on one hand, you're looking at the news cycle today, and on one hand, as a Republican, you have to be saying, wow, that's tough news. Prayers are with former President Joe Biden with the cancer diagnosis. Certainly. I mean, end of story. No punchline added, no addendum. Like, really sad news. Sorry, our thoughts are with you. Prayers are with you. That's not something anybody wants to hear. Advanced cancer, advanced prostate cancer. In fact, Cynthia Lummis said, her quote, "I was saddened to hear about President Biden's cancer diagnosis. He remains in my prayers." Period. Lummis. Similar from Senator Barrasso. But on the other side of that, also in the news regarding President Biden, also in addition to the cancer diagnosis, is this new revelation that it looks like the president and his cognitive decline was far worse than anybody thought. Members of the Wyoming delegation chimed in newly released audio from interviews conducted in 2023 show further proof of Joe Biden's poor mental fitness when he occupied the White House, much less being stood up for a 2024 re-election run. Certainly the Democratic Party should have known better, that he was not fit in 2023 to lead the nation, and certainly looking ahead, the chances that he would have any competent mental faculty 4 years out from age 81. That was bold, to say the least. And I think even Democrats have to admit the candidate you had going in originally was an elderly guy who is running on fumes, really. It was evident to all. It was evident in the debate against Trump. And I know, debating Trump isn't fair. Even a young guy would not enjoy debating Trump because Trump has one unique way of debating, and it's just a name call and bash. I mean, that's his debating style. And whether you're Joe Biden, actually Joe Biden, as evidenced in the Shane Gillis, if you ever watch that comedian, he does a great bit. Biden might have been the best guy to debate Trump at the time because Trump just comes in blowing fire and smoke. He's just like, you're gay, you're stupid, everybody's gay. He's just slamming. It doesn't have to be on topic. It's just, what do you think about President Biden's approach to the economy so far, candidate Trump? He's gay. Everything he does is gay. And that's it, but Biden might have been the best suited to combat Trump's style because Biden seemed lost the whole time. And that's kind of what you needed against Trump's firepower. It almost put his fire out. Trump would just lambaste him, and then they would cut to Biden, and he'd be like looking off, and like, well, and just it just slowed him down. If you try to get in the verbal debate with Trump, you're going to lose no matter what it is. And Biden, just through the luck of his cognitive ability at that time, was perfectly suited to combat Trump by not combating him, just staring into space. Yeah, so there's a 2023 interview that's been released that shows that, President Biden was probably not functioning 100%, not hitting on all cylinders. John Barrasso said the recently released tapes revealed sure signs of President Biden's advanced age. And Democrats in the cabinet, in Congress, as well as members of the national media, lied repeatedly to the American people, Barrasso said. They continued to assert Joe Biden was sharp as a tack, quick as a whip, when he was clearly not up to the job. These words from Senator Barrasso, again, in light of the cancer diagnosis, which is unfortunately timed, let's say, but that's the news of the day. Sad to hear about President Biden's prostate, but have to admit his brain a year ago was not up to the task of being president. And interesting quote about whose hand was on the auto pen. I didn't know what that was. I had to go actually look that up. That's Cynthia Lummis saying the American people deserve to know who was actually making decisions in the White House, especially towards the end of that 4-year run, and whose hand was at the auto pen. That's the pen that signs the presidential seal, et cetera, et cetera. Anyway, well, I'm running out of time here. We got to bounce. That's all we have time for on this Tuesday. We'll do it again tomorrow. Same time, same place. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Everybody have a great Tuesday.
Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.